Tegan's POV. He didn't attack, nor did he force me to enlist in whatever it was he had going on. But I couldn't get over the fact that my mother had been alive this entire time, and never once tried to locate any of her children. It wasn't like we were hidden from her. We were exactly where she had left us 20 years ago. All my life I thought I was the cause of her death, but in reality she left us and never looked back. How do you explain that? There is nothing she could say that would make up for those years. Hey, are you okay? Ezra's voice boomed over my raging inner dialogue. How could she do this? I asked out loud, his face contorting immediately to confusion with no information to go off of. Did Lucy never show again? I looked at his face, realizing we don't share the same thoughts. He had no idea what I was even referring to. The last time we had spoken was in the forest when I was waiting for Lucy. How do I even explain to him that the mother I thought was dead never was? That she looked me right in the eyes and had no idea who I was? I went to find her. I decided to explain it in full detail so he completely understood where my brain was at. Did you find her, I mean? Yeah, she was at the underground, I said, still looking at him. The club? You went by yourself? Yeah. I was barely able to register my thoughts at this point. We will have to discuss how dangerous that could have been later. But I can sense you have more on your mind, so tell me, what happened? His statement made me roll my eyes. But he wasn't wrong. It was a lot more dangerous than even I had anticipated. I found more than just her, I said, looking at the ground, still unsure how to explain what I found. Oh, he said, more like a question. I met the owner of the club, and Lucy has been working there, I said, looking back up at him. His face immediately had a frown. Why would Lucy want to work in a club? Because it's far more than just a normal club like everyone was expecting it to be. Iblis owns it. I don't know if Lucy even knows that it's him. But it was. His eyes bulged as he processed my words. Lucy works for the demon lord at his underground club? As an assassin. All the tribal wolves he has been capturing over the years aren't dead. He has built himself an assassin team from them. The halls were numbered with rooms. So many rooms. I can't help but think about the women behind all those doors. All of them are tribal wolves, and most are being held as hostages to serve him. Are you implying that the demon lord has an army of wolves who obtain powers just like both Lucy and you? He asked, fear evident in his voice. I'm hoping the wolves he has managed to get over the years only obtain 2 powers at most. But yes. That is what I am saying. Fuck, and now he has Lucy. What are we going to do? He asked, concerned. She isn't held against her will, not yet at least. I can only hope that she doesn't know who she is working for. But I find that hard to believe, considering he is a hard person to not know. You think that she is playing both sides? Goddess, I hope not. Celeste trusted her and me with her moon powers. I would hope Lucy wouldn't betray Celeste or me. But we don't fully know what she is capable of. We both sense darkness in her. I have to hope that I am the person destined to balance her darkness, I said. Where there is darkness, there is always light, Ezra said while kissing my forehead. We will figure it out together, he then said as he took my face in his hands, looking me in the eyes. I was sitting there trying to find the right words, my heart aching with the thoughts consuming me once again. I can feel your pain in our bond. What else happened, Tegan? My mom, I said, my voice cracking with each word. What about her? You saw her, didn't you? A familiar yet treacherous voice asked from behind me. You saw her spirit? Ezra asked next. A sigh left my mouth before shaking my head no. I then turned around to look at the one person I trusted most in life. The one person I thought would always protect me and never lie. The one person who has been my rock my entire life. You knew this entire time? I asked, my voice matching how I felt, broken. You don't understand, Tegan. I did this for you. I shook my head no in response, not trusting my voice. I did. Everything I did, and continue to do, is for you. Helena quickly said next. I don't understand, Ezra said, completely lost. What you did was lie. Maybe keeping this from a child would be understandable, but you continued to lie day after day even when my true identity was discovered. And now you stand before me telling me it was to protect me? How? Please explain how this was to protect me, I said, not answering Ezra. If you knew your mother was alive, you would have tried to go after her. You're damn right, I screamed as the anger bubbled inside of me. She didn't want that. She chose to go willingly so that she could hide you. And let me guess, you listened for my best interest, I responded sarcastically. I did. Wait, your mom is alive? Like alive? Ezra asked beside me. No, you made a selfish decision to continue to lie to me well after everything was already out. Well after knowing Iblis was coming for my son. Well after we have planned out what we would do. You knew this entire fucking time he had an army of tribal wolves at his side, and still sat there refusing to tell me. I can see why you're upset, but I made a promise to your mother to keep her only a memory for your protection. Oh yeah? And how exactly is that working out for you? I was discovered, you weren't there. I was sliced open as a sacrifice, you weren't there. I am having a split reality shared with the devil himself, and there is nothing you can do. But the one fucking thing you could have done, you didn't. You chose to keep this vital information to yourself based on a promise you couldn't keep. I screamed out, my wolf surging forward in anger. I did it to protect you, she said again. Only to protect you. And look where I am, unprotected, and way more underprepared than I ever even knew. I to be alone so I can fucking think, I said as I stormed away, unable to be near her a moment longer. What the hell was I going to do now? Ezra's POV. I haven't been the best help with Tegan's situation. I was a king, and still felt powerless on how to protect my family. It's like we take one step forward, then we are forced to take 2 steps back. Tegan was going through her own emotions. As her mate, I needed to be there for her. But instead, she shut us all out. It had been a week since the news of her mother came out. She hasn't left our room, not even to train. She has only sat on the windowsill hurt and silent. I've tried reaching her, but nothing I did seemed to break her free from her pain. She still hasn't reached out to her family. Maybe it wasn't my place. But the only other person who I thought could feel what she was her brother. I wouldn't call Darian, of course, but Frederick might help. I wouldn't tell him the news, it wasn't my place. But maybe if she saw his face she'd open up about her feelings and they could work together to overcome it. So I chose to call him up. After a few rings his line connected. Alpha King, is everything alright? Tegan needs you, Fred, was all I could say. Me? Tegan barely likes me, why would she need me? Trust me, the only thing I can think of is her family. What's going on, Easy? He asked with a hint of concern laced in his tone. More than even I can make it better. She needs her family. What about Helena? She is basically her mother. Silence overcame me at the word he chose to use. Hello, Easy, are you there? He asked when I didn't respond. I wouldn't call unless there was no other way. Your sister needs you, not Helena. Try to remember that when you come, I said firmly. I'll be there in the morning. Thank you. See you soon, I said before disconnecting the line. I was thankful that although he had questions I wouldn't answer, he would still drop what he is doing to be here for her. I looked at the clock on the wall. It was nearing midnight, and I had a little bit more to do before I could retire to bed. Of course, work doesn't stop just because life happens. I still have to keep my kingdom properly functioning while also running all of the kingdom businesses, so that the steady income appropriately flows in. I had also been preparing us all for the war to come, but as the king of all werewolves, I had to balance my plate. I couldn't just solely focus on one thing, even if I wished I could. A chill ran down my body as a draft of cold air hit me. My body involuntarily shivered, to allow my normal hot-blooded nature to come forward so that I was not cold. But for some reason the coldness overturns my warmth. I was used to the cold temperatures living in Colorado, but this was a different form of coldness. I shook my head, looking back at the spreadsheet. This was the last document I had to finish before bed. "The ache in my chest is the pain of loss without you," a feminine voice said near the doorway of my office. I looked up, but nobody was there. I must be losing my damn mind from the lack of sleep. Or maybe it was the workers talking amongst themselves in passing. When nobody appeared in the doorway, I looked back down at the finance sheets for one of the hotels we ran. "Do you know what it's like to lose your only hope for life?" The voice spoke again, making me look up, but still not a soul was in sight. "Hello? Is someone there?" I asked out loud, feeling a tad bit foolish. When nobody answered, I continued to work. I managed to get the remainder of the spreadsheet balanced. The clock now read 12:45 a.m., and I was beyond ready for sleep. I locked up the office and headed to the room. Upon entering, a gush of wind hit me in the face. I looked over to see the balcony doors closed, but the window next to it opened. I looked around the room, but Tegan was nowhere in sight. She hadn't moved from the windowsill in days, so with her not there confused me. "I can make you feel things you never knew you could," a voice whispered in my ear as a coldness touched my bare skin, sending goosebumps down my body. "Tegan?" I said out loud as I turned to look behind me, surprised once again that nobody was there. What the hell is going on? I suddenly heard the toilet flush in the restroom before the door opened. The sudden coldness disappears in an instant. Tegan was just standing there looking at me. "What's wrong?" she asked, even though I knew she would rather do anything else other than talk about feelings. I wasn't sure how to tell her I keep hearing someone's voice, so I chose to avoid sounding like a maniac. "I guess I am just tired. Strange things keep happening," I said as I made my way over to the bed. When she followed suit, I almost forgot what I was doing. "You're coming to bed?" I asked in a surprised voice. "I guess strange things do happen," Tegan said with a chuckle. "So does that mean you're feeling okay?" "Not really, but I can't mope around. I've had time to sit and process everything, and as much as it angers and upsets me, I cannot wallow." "That's what he wants." He showed her to me to set me off. He wanted me to spiral. "I was beginning to think I wouldn't be able to pull you back from it," I replied honestly. "I'm sorry," she responded as she climbed into bed. I quickly climbed in next to her as she snuggled deep into my body. Relief instantly washed over me. "I promised to not get lost in my head again," she responded with a yawn. "Get some rest, Red," I replied as I kissed her forehead. Soon soft snores came from her mouth. I wasn't sure if I was asleep or not, but my body felt lighter than it ever had before. "Come, my dear, follow me, to the land of knowing where you'll rest in peace," a melodic, alluring voice spoke to me. I could feel my body move, unable to stop from reacting to the voice. "Ezra, what are you doing?" I heard Tegan ask, but I was in a trance-like state. I couldn't speak or react. "Who the fuck are you?" I then heard Tegan scream, but all I could do was follow the voice. Each step makes my body colder. "Come, my dear, follow me, to the land of knowing where you'll rest in peace," the voice said again as my arm was jerked backward. "Don't listen to her! Wake up!" Tegan screamed. But it was too late. There was no stopping now. I had to follow. Tegan's P.O. fifth nothing, I said, made him stop following the ghostly figure who was leading him to the balcony. When we exited, I quickly pulled forth my abilities. The veins wrap around him, keeping him in place. However, he kept fighting it, the urge to follow her stronger than I had ever seen. "Who are you?" I asked in a demanding tone. "I am Amayera. Your name represents the end." "Why?" "Because I am where it ends," her soft melodic voice says in a peaceful tone. "Why is he affected by you like this?" "Because all men are. It's not their fault. I am just that." "Who sent you?" I asked angrily. "Noon, someone, anyone, everyone. Take your pick. Let my mate go," I screamed as I lunged forward, only to go right through her ghostly figure. "You cannot harm me, dear. I am already gone." "Then why are you here?" I asked in full rage. "To fulfill my duty as the undead." Her words clicked instantly. "What does Iblis gain?" I asked hatefully. He does not wish to gain anything except for another soul, she said, looking back over at Ezra. Leave him alone, I screamed. The present issue was, how do I even fight someone already dead? My vines were still clinging onto Ezra as he fought against their hold. I was running out of time and options. I needed to keep him restrained or release him from her siren hold. I thought about my spiritual guidance, and what it means to be spiritually connected to the other side. Although Helena was the last person I wanted to talk to right now, she also was part witch, and maybe the only person who can help me. Hell, wake up! I mind-linked her in hopes her mental walls were down enough to wake her from her sleep. Hell, I need you, I screamed in the mind-link as the witch walked near my mate. A sudden burst came through the door as Helena barged in. What's going on? She screamed, looking at Ezra held tightly in the vines from the growing trees outside of the balcony. It's a witch, I screamed, not knowing what to do. We're Tegan, all I see are you two. It's a ghost, hell, a siren witch. Iblis sent her for Ezra. I can't physically touch her apparition, and Ezra is in a complete trance. The woman walked even closer as she bent in front of Ezra, sucking inward. I could see the air as it left his mouth and went into hers. Get away from my mate, I screamed as I lunged again. Helena still stood there, unsure of what to do. I told you once, there is nothing you can do to stop me. I might not be able to stop you, but I can stop him, you siren witch bitch, I screamed as I stood between the ghostly figure and Ezra. I looked over at Helena, who was still trying to figure out what to do. A siren's spell cannot overcome true love. Tegan, you have to get to him. You need to break the spell. While I do that, go get my salt gun under the bed. I mind-linked her. I quickly bent down, taking his fists into my hands. Ezra, I know you're still in there. Can you hear me? I asked. Ezra, you have to fight this. You have to fight her hold on you, I said now in an almost begging tone. Do you remember when Elias was born? Do you remember the feelings you felt as his tiny fingers curved around yours? Or the feeling when I told you I loved you for the very first time? Do you remember the way I pulled you into me, never wanting to let you go? I asked, as I placed my hand on his face to guide his glossy eyes over to look at me. Or what about the night we made real love for the first time? The way everything flowed so naturally, so beautifully. My body fits so perfectly with yours. Do you know that sometimes I lay awake at night wishing I could take back all the pain I've caused you? All the shit I put you through because I love you so much. I fought it for so long, but not anymore. I know you fought for my love and how draining that must have been. But I'm begging you one last time. Fight for me. Fight to stay here with me, and with Elias. We need you. We love you, I said, leaning in, as my lips touched his icy cold lips with a soft and delicate kiss. I told you, you won't win. Nobody ever does, the cocky ghost said. I could feel under my lips the warmth of his body slowly coming back. I pulled away as his eyes shifted to look at me. Tegan? What's going on? Why are we outside? It's freezing. And why am I tied up? Are we doing some fantasy roleplay? He asked, completely confused, making me giggle at where his mind drifted to. I got it, now what? Helena screamed as she came back on the balcony. I jumped from kneeling in front of Ezra to grab the salt gun I had purchased after seeing Liam. I was afraid he would return, and I'd be damned if I let that evil son of a bitch near me or my family again. I pointed the gun at the woman who floated mid-air, her face confused why Ezra was responding to me. What's going on? Ezra then said. I pointed the gun at the ghost, aiming for her heart. Go back to the hell you came from, and when you get there tell Iblis to fuck off, I screamed at her as I shot off 2 rounds, hitting her directly in the chest. The salt sizzled as her ghostly figure began to quickly fade. A sudden burst of air gushed from the spot she was floating as her apparition completely disappeared. I wasn't sure if salt kept them away or if it was temporary, but it seemed to do its job. Can someone please explain what the hell is going on? Ezra asked. I looked over to see I still had him intertwined with my vines. I swished my hand, the vines unwinding from holding his body hostage as they retreated to their normal spot. Iblis sent a ghost, a siren witch. She had you under some trance, luring you to the edge of the balcony. I didn't know what to do, so I used my gifts to hold you hostage until I could figure out how to stop her. He made a face before a shocked look appeared. The voices, they were a siren? You heard voices and didn't tell me? I didn't want to add to your plate. I figured I just needed sleep, he said defensively. I had never experienced a ghost before, Helena said next, shocked. I have a feeling she won't be the last. Especially if we are going to battle the undead, I said, plopping down. We need more salt guns. And maybe an apparition spell so we can all see who we are facing. Ezra said, giving me a new goal to achieve. Tegan's POV. The sun began to peek out as the night sky turned to day. None of us was able to sleep the remainder of the night after what happened, but luckily she never returned. Why do you think he wanted me dead? Ezra asked. We were all sitting around the kitchen table at this point discussing what we should do in preparation. We had been training our asses off, but it was time that we began to train with weapons. We weren't sure what we would be up against, so we needed to be prepared for it all. Demons, ghosts, witches, and other werewolves. At this point, we had to include them all. Iblis has hitten us with one surprise after the next. Unfortunately, what is dead cannot be killed again. However, we could send them back to where they came from. To do that, we would need salt guns, wolfsbane, silver bullets, stakes, and even sulfur. Because you're for sure my weakness, I responded. And what are the other tribal wolf's weaknesses? Ezra asked next, bringing me back to the reality that Iblis also had powerful beings on his side too. It depends on what their gifts are. For those who control fire, obviously, water is their weakness. For those who control the earth, fire is their weakness. But the earth can control the wind, making the earth the air's weakness. Each element is countered by a secondary element, which can be used to weaken their gift. But only two can will all elements? He asked. That I know of. There may be more for all we know, I replied as someone knocked on our door, interrupting us. When opening the door, a maid stood there timidly. Yes? I asked questionably. Luna Queen, Alpha Frederick is waiting for you in the foyer. May I send him up? Her gentle voice asked. My brother is waiting for me? I asked, a smidge confused. Yes, Luna Queen, she answered softly. That would be my doing, Ezra interrupted as he approached. I almost forgot I called him yesterday. Why? Because I was running out of options to get you out of the windowsill. I thought maybe he could help you in a way that I couldn't. And plus, he deserves to know. It is his mother too. I knew he was right. I just wasn't ready to explain to him or Darian about it yet. But I might as well get it over with. He needs his time to process the news as well. Send him up here if you don't mind, I said, now looking at the maid. She bowed before taking her leave. What about Darian? I asked, looking over at Ezra. I didn't call him. I needed someone to help, not make things worse. Therefore Darian can find out when you choose to tell him. That was fair. I wasn't close to Darian. He wasn't exactly my savior of the year. Don't get me wrong, he wasn't as bad as our father, but he was damn close. Maybe I'll let Frederick tell him. Or hell, maybe I'll even wait to let her explain herself to him when I set her free. A few moments later, a knock was at the door once again. I walked over to open the door, revealing a very concerned Frederick. What's going on? He asked as he stormed inside. I bowed my head at the maid and thanked her for her help before closing the door. By the time I had made it to the living room area, Frederick was already pacing the room. Ezra was seated on the couch with Helena in the chair next to it. You may want to take a seat, I said as I came further into the room. What's going on, Tegan? Ezra said I was the only thing he could think of to help you. Are you okay? I will be. It took me a bit, but I'll be okay. Just as I'm sure you will be too, I said as he took a seat. Okay, you're scaring me. Is it Lucy? I went to find Lucy, and I found much more than just her. Find her? Is she okay? His voice immediately turned to fear. Fred, Lucy is working for Iblis, the demon lord. No, she wouldn't. She couldn't. She loves us. She will fight for us. She is working for him as an assassin at his underground club. I interrupted his mainstream of excuses. But I don't understand. She had been so adamant about helping you win, he said, sounding completely broken. That's not all, I said as I took Frederick's hands in my own. What else could there possibly be? I saw someone else while I was there. Who? He asked curiously. I closed my eyes as I took a deep breath. This wasn't the easiest thing for me to process, and I actually saw her with my own eyes. I couldn't imagine what it was about to sound like to him. I saw Mom, I said as I opened my eyes. His face immediately contorted to confusion. He looked around the room before looking back at me. Is she here now? I saw her working for Iblis too. She is alive? That's not possible. She died giving birth to you. The mate bond with Dad broke. The doctor announced her dead. We had a funeral and a crypt burial. I saw her dead body in the casket. You were new to the world, but I wasn't. I saw her dead corpse with my own eyes, Tegan. There is no way you saw Mom. Maybe you saw someone who looked like her? It was Mom, I responded back confidently. He had reason not to believe me. Hell, if I was in his shoes I wouldn't. Maybe your realities are merging and you saw her ghost there? No, she was as real as you and I. It's just not possible, T, he said, dropping my hands to run his hand through his red hair. It is possible. Helena then said, finally speaking. You were there when we buried her. How can you feed into this? He asked more seriously. Because I am the one who helped her escape, she said, making us all look at her. Escape? Escape what? Her family, her mate? Frederick screamed in anger. Her life. She needed to escape her life so that Tegan could have hers. Helena replied with a sigh. I don't understand, Frederick responded. I gave her a potion that temporarily stopped her heart. So in a sense, she did die. I never lied about that. So her dying did break your parents' mate bond. The potion lasts about 24 hours, so she was gone from this realm for that long. Once the burial in the crypt was done and everyone had gone, I went and let her out. She fled the next day. She no longer had her normal scent. It was as if she was reborn as a new person. She made the choice to go to Iblis so that they wouldn't find out about Tegan. I then kept my promise and shielded Tegan until I no longer could. The big reveal even shocked me. I hadn't given Helena the chance to explain her side, let alone know what really went down that day. Now that the truth was out, the next question was, what do we do to set our mom free from Iblis? Tegan's POV. He didn't take the news as badly as I did. Although I can't say he took it well either. He was only 2 years old when our mother supposedly died. I'm not entirely sure how he even remembered any of the funeral or burial being so young, but he insists that he did. I feel like I took it so hard not only because of the betrayal of Helena, but also for the realization that I could have had a completely different life. I could have been included in the family, and possibly even treated like a human, rather than how my father chose to treat me. Now all I can do is wonder if my mother ever expected her mate to turn on me the way he did. If she knew beforehand how he would become, would that have changed the outcome of what she chose to do? Or would she still have decided to leave to keep me out of the clutches of Iblis? So many questions, but only one person could answer them, yet I have no way of talking to her. Not unless I go to the underground and pray to the goddess Iblis is feeling some type of way. But in reality, why would he? That's risking one of his most powerful assassins, with coming to the reality that her sacrifice was now meaningless. And not only am I in danger, but the grandson she doesn't even know she has, is in even more danger. He wouldn't risk her finding out who I really am. It wouldn't only put his business in jeopardy, but also any of his plans to use them against us. I could reach out to Lucy and try to get her to get a message across. But even then, I don't know if I can trust her either. Her motives are unclear. I wasn't even sure if she knew who she was working for. But she was the only one that could do it. Maybe my best friend was still there somewhere? All I could do was try, right? I had already made up my mind as I was walking to her room. It was about time that her choices were exposed, and for me to try to figure out what was going on in that head of hers. I raised my hand to knock on the door, when a sudden draft of air swirled around, opening it, before my hand came down. It creaked open. Nothing but darkness peeped through. "Come in, Tegan," her voice echoed off the walls. I entered even though a chill ran down my body. She has changed so much that I don't even know how to respond to her most days anymore. "Lucy, where are you?" I asked as I entered. "In bed, obviously," she replied. I looked at my watch. It was now close to 2 in the afternoon. "If you were sleeping, how'd you know I was at the door?" "Moon sisters, remember? I know anytime you're near, just like you'd know if I was creeping on you as you do me," she responded as she threw the covers off, sitting up in bed. "I figured you'd have been here a lot sooner after you saw me at the underground. But yet you didn't come. Why?" she asked as she turned her head to examine me. Of course she knew I was there. Why wouldn't she have? "So you know one reason as to why I am here then," I responded. "Let me guess, why do I do such a horrid job?" "Not exactly why, no. I know you have an urge for killing. How'd I find my job then?" "No, it doesn't take a genius to know he most likely was the one that found you before offering something you just couldn't turn down," I said, as I took a seat at a nearby chair. "So, if it's not to ask why or how, then what is it?" she asked. "Do you know who it is you work for?" "Of course, why wouldn't I know my own boss?" she said with a scoff. "So were you ever on our side then? What are you even talking about? This job has given me ample opportunities to use my gifts to better myself for you." "You truly don't know then," I said while standing up to walk to the window. I pushed open the curtains, allowing the bright light of the day to shine in. "Oh, do you mind? I work at night and the sun is ridiculously bright," Lucy screamed. "Lucy, this is an urgent matter here." "Not urgent enough considering it took you an entire week to address it." "It took me a bit to come to terms with more than one thing, but now that I have, I need to know something." "What?" Lucy asked with a yawn. "Whose side are you on?" "Is that a rhetorical question?" "No, it's a pretty serious question if you asked anyone else in my position," I replied. "Can I not be on my own side?" "You should always be on your own side, but you know what I mean. Who are you going to fight for, us or him?" "Him, like as in the demon lord?" she asked with a look of confusion on her face. "Yes," I responded, even though I still questioned her innocent game. "You, obviously. Why else would I be here?" "Then why are you missing our training sessions to work for him?" "I already told you, I get more than training working the way I do. I can utilize my gifts to their full potential. And I work for a man named Sovereign," she said as she got out of bed. Her body looked malnourished and pale, so pale. "That's his business name." "You work for a man named Iblis, which as we all know is the demon lord," I replied as my eyes raked over her body. "I would know if he were the demon lord," she said as she wrapped herself in a black silk robe. "I was there, Luke. I talked to him. I've also seen him in my visions. Been inside of his mind and memories. I know his voice. He may go by Sovereign at his establishment, but his real name is Iblis, and he is in fact the demon lord himself." "I don't believe you," she spat out angrily. "Fine, don't. But let me ask you something, not like I can stop you. Have you seen any of the other workers? The assassins like you, I mean." The skin on her forehead crinkled as she thought about my question. "I thought so, otherwise you would have questioned it," I said, rubbing my hand on my face. "What do you mean? All those other numbered rooms. They have other workers." "That much I assumed, yes, But those workers aren't just any normal workers. Spit it out, Tegan, my head is already hurting. They are tribal wolves like you and I. All the wolves he has managed to capture over the years. Right there, with you, working. How could you possibly know this after only being there one time? Because I saw my mom, I said more seriously, which grabbed her attention, a look of shock crossing her face. Tegan's POV. We sat there in silence staring at one another for some time. I knew she had a lot to wrap her brain around. Not like I did, of course, but still a lot, nonetheless. After a few moments of silence, she finally spoke. I don't understand. He showed me her to threaten me, letting me know he has the upper hand, while also revealing he has an army behind his back. An army that has more power than me alone. But your mom, I thought she was dead. It was like a revolving door, repeating myself time and time again to each person. I wish now that I could have just told everyone at once. But here I am, explaining this situation once again to a new face. Helena helped her. Long story short, she drank a potion that killed her temporarily so she could get away and work for Iblis to keep my identity a secret. What a bitch, Lucy said, looking right at me. I wouldn't even know what I would think if my mother did this to me, she said more seriously. It took me a while to come to terms with it, as it will Frederick. It may even take more time for Darian when he finds out, but now that I've been able to come to terms with it, I need your help. Oh Goddess Frederick, she said as a look crossed her face. I hadn't even thought about how he must feel. He just found out before I came to you. I've been such a terrible mate to him. He deserves so much more than me. She responded in a defeated tone. He doesn't want anyone else, I replied as I took a seat next to her. That's the issue. He should. I am no good for him. I have this rage inside of me that can't be tamed. This anger that only killing satisfies. He has such a good heart. He is nothing like me, she responded, opening up for the first time since becoming herself. Maybe that's why y'all were destined for one another. Maybe his light is supposed to balance your dark. Nah, I think that's supposed to be you, she replied with a laugh. Maybe it's us both, him as your mate and me as your moon sister, I responded with a smile. I can't face him, Tegan. Especially now that he knows what I've been doing. What exactly have you been doing? I asked the question we were all dying to know. Horrible things that feel so good, she said with a sigh. I understand you kill. But why? He has a list. When a target comes in, we essentially seduce them so they'll come with us to the back. Once we are in the back, we start to seduce them further before we kill them. He doesn't care how they die as long as they're dead. And how do they know you'll be able to seduce them? I mean, everyone has a type. The boss knows. He is the one to assign the worker on the case, she said shamefully. It's disgraceful, I know, but it feels so liberating. It feeds my dark desires. How do you know that they deserve it? I asked, hoping she knew why these men were dying. The chart explains it all. We are allowed to decline a hit. We get paid for each one, but we are free to pick and choose the ones given to us. Maybe you do, I nearly whispered. What do you mean? I just have a feeling that the other women are being held against their will, unable to leave or have a choice. Sovereign isn't always there, and the bodyguards aren't exactly strong. Why wouldn't they just leave? I assume that he has something over each wolf to keep them compliant. But that is what I want you to find out, I said, looking at her. This brings me back to what I need from you. Can you get a message to my mother for me? I don't even know what she looks like, she replied with a shrug. Red hair, hard to miss. But I can do you one even better. She is assigned to room 2. Over the next hour, Lucy and I made plans on what she can do. She had limited options for getting in contact with another assassin, as they come out at different times. Which means, they never see one another. How that wasn't a red flag, I have no clue. Hey, will you give Frederick my regards? Please tell him I am sorry I can't be there for him like a mate should, Lucy said as I walked to the door. Sure, I just wished you'd tell him yourself. I wished I had it in me, but I don't. I only nodded my head in understanding. I hoped in the end they could work out their differences. The sooner she can come to terms that he isn't leaving, the better chances they have of making their relationship work. She needed to get some rest before work tonight, so once everything was agreed on, I left. Tonight could either go our way, or it could go south quickly. Luckily, Lucy agreed to wear a small body camera. She stated that they didn't do body searches, so at least we would be able to hear and see everything, without actually being there. When I got back to our wing, they were all still patiently waiting for me in the living room. "So, how'd it go? Is she a double agent?" Ezra asked first, making Frederick let out a low growl. "Watch it, Fred. You may be my brother-in-law, but I am still your king," Ezra demanded in his Alpha King voice, making me hot all over. Goddess, his demanding voice does something to my body it shouldn't, especially in front of guests. "Fuck me, Big Daddy," Gemma hollered in my mind, making me roll my eyes. I swear I have the horniest wolf who chooses the absolute worst timing to talk or be inappropriate. Good news. She had no idea it was Iblis. "And how do we know that she isn't lying?" Helena asked next. "If there is one thing I know about her is that she is not a liar," I responded as I took a seat. "Okay, good. My mate isn't evil after all," Frederick said next. "Well, she does have a darkness, Fred, one that only evil things can sedate. I wouldn't go as far as saying she was solely good, but at least she isn't out murdering innocents." "Who's to say all those targets deserve death?" Ezra asked. "You're absolutely right, but she said she gets to choose her hits. And I know she would only choose someone that was bad." "But did she agree?" Helena asked, changing the topic. "She did. She also agreed to wear a body camera," I replied. "Thank Goddess. Now all we have to do is pray Marcy believes her," Helena replied, making me and Frederick look over at her. It had been so long since her name was said out loud, it was as if it were foreign words. But she was right. Now we have to hope my mother believes Lucy. Tegan's POV. Before we knew it, Lucy was ready, and the body camera was intact. We had it made to where it looked like a button, so that it appeared as part of her blouse. After it was in place, we turned on the computer to ensure it was connected correctly before she left for her shift. "Is anyone else nervous?" Frederick asked, his eyes never leaving the computer screen. She was currently driving, so all we could see was the steering wheel, and the sounds of music playing in the background. "Yeah," I said, agreeing with him. Of course I was nervous. This was a high-risk operation. Putting her in potential danger was terrifying. Although she acted as if it weren't a big deal at all, I knew it was. Lucy loved to walk on the line of what a normal person would consider dangerous. She said it made her soul happy. "Don't worry, she can do this," Ezra said, kissing my head to try and keep my nerves in check. Her car came to a stop before she exited the vehicle, heading in the back door of the club. All of us remained silent as we watched. "Hey big man, having a good day?" she asked as she high-fived a bouncer. "Better than that guy," he replied while nudging his head in the direction of a drunken fool who couldn't even walk straight. "See you around," Lucy hollered out with a laugh as she proceeded down the hall that was lined with numbers. "Room 2 is where Mom is," I said out loud, looking at Frederick. Lucy stopped in her tracks at the door, examining it, when a cough sounded out behind her. She whipped around, exposing a face I hadn't yet seen. "Something interesting about a door that's not yours?" The hate in the woman's voice was evident. "Just wondering how long it'll take me to be able to get in this room if not that one," Lucy said as she glanced at room 1. "All of the girls dream about getting into one of those rooms, none seem to be able to though," she responded snootily. "I'm sure most don't, but I'm not most," Lucy replied with a sassy undertone. "Right, we shall see. In the meantime, Sovereign would like to see you in his office," she said before turning to walk away. My heart immediately pounded against my chest at what that meant. Was that normal? Lucy didn't seem to be fazed as she turned to walk toward his door. Her hand rose up to knock before a voice spoke out, stopping her. "Come in, dear," his voice said, sending shivers down my body, as it had done many times before. She reached up, twisting the knob, allowing the door to creak open. "Good evening, boss. I assume we have more hits?" she asked as she entered. "Indeed, but first I wanted to talk," he said with a hint of distaste in his tone. "About?" Lucy asked as she took a seat across from Iblis himself. "Your performance. I've been hoping to have this talk for some time now," Lucy replied with confidence. "As you should. I see great potential in you," Iblis replied happily, making my skin crawl. "So am I moving up?" Lucy asked joyfully. "Not quite yet. I have a task for you to complete to be able to move forward," Iblis said as he slid a folder to her. Lucy took it in her hand without hesitation, opening the file greedily. The camera gave us full access to view the content. "What the fuck is that?" Frederick asked in a scream. A picture of me was displayed with why I should be executed. The reasoning is beyond any real reason at all. Her eyes shot up to his face, a smile spread over it with an evil glint in his eyes. "My queen?" Lucy asked, confused. "It has come to my attention that she was here a few days ago, and now knows far more than she needs to. If my establishment is shut down, it would be bad for all. She refused to work for me, so now the only other option left is this. Elimination? But she has done nothing wrong?" Lucy's voice cracked as he looked her in the eyes. "I had a feeling you wouldn't be able to do what needed to be done, which is why you will never be my number 1 or 2. But that is okay. I had a backup plan just in case." As he finished his sentence, a creak in the door could be heard. Lucy turned around, giving up a full view of who was walking in. "Widow, meet my number 2. Malicious. Unfortunately, number 1 is far too busy with her workload, so Malicious here has agreed to take up the hit, without question." "Mom," Frederick's voice said out loud with a crack. She grabbed the file from Lucy's hand as she scanned the content. Lucy's eyes, I assumed, never left hers because the camera was as still as could be. "The girl from last week. I remember her. All sounds reasonable to me. When do I start?" my mother's soft yet harsh voice asked. "Now," Iblis said in a deep voice. Lucy's eyes must have snapped over to him because the camera shifted so quickly that it almost gave me whiplash. "Something wrong, dear?" his tainted voice asked with a hint of amusement. "How could you?" she asked. "No, Lucy, don't," I screamed at the computer. "He'll kill her," I said next as tears began to rush down my face. "How could I? What exactly?" he asked next with a crooked smile. "Give my hit away," she demanded, making his face falter. The pounding in my chest eased up. "You said she didn't deserve it. Doesn't mean I wasn't game," she said next, yanking the file from our mother's hands, making a huge smile creep on Iblis's face. "Perfect, how about this? Both of you will be assigned this hit. Whoever finishes the job will get room 1, he said, making it a competition. "Deal," the women both said in unison. I wasn't sure what game Lucy was playing or if she realized she had almost fucked up. But either way, I knew one thing for sure. My best friend and my mother were both assigned to complete one task. Kill me. "May the best one win," Iblis said as he stood up. When both females walked out of the room, my mother looked at Lucy with anger in her eyes. "I'm going to win, don't fool yourself," she said in a malicious voice. That must be why she had the nickname. "We will see about that. Number 2 will always be number 2 when I am around," Lucy said as she walked away in the direction of the door. "She isn't actually going to try to kill you, right?" Helena asked with worry in her tone. "I have no idea," I replied as Lucy walked out of the business. She hadn't given my mom the note, or even told her anything we had discussed. Our plans are now completely in the wind. I wasn't sure what was up Lucy's sleeve, but apparently, I was the bait. The only question remaining was, did she actually want to kill me, or was it all a facade to trap my mom? Ezra's POV. I didn't like where this plan was heading, but it seemed as if fate had a way of laughing in our faces at what we wanted to do, versus what was going to happen. I looked over at Tegan, who seemed to be thinking deeply about what we could do. Suddenly the camera on Lucy shut off as she exited into the dance floor of the club, leaving us clueless as to what she was doing. She isn't evil. She isn't going to go through with such a thing. She is your best friend, Frederick said to Tegan. Although Tegan decided to not reply. We need to come up with a backup plan in case Lucy means what she says, Helena said, making Tegan snap her head in her direction. You can't expect us to go in blindly in case she turns on you, Tegan. She then said, after seeing the look in Tegan's eyes. My mate wouldn't do that, Frederick then yelled. We don't know what your mate would and wouldn't do. Stop acting like she has given you any reason to trust her. I decided to say in a hateful tone to Frederick. That's enough, guys. It's not helping. Tegan raged as her emotions overflowed. What are we going to do? Frederick then asked in defeat. We can either let it play out, Tegan said, which made King surge forward in anger. Absolutely not. You will not go into this blindly without a backup plan to keep you safe. King and I screamed together. If you would let me finish my sentence, I was going to say, or we figure out how to trap them both to be safe. But what if Lucy is only acting her part to get our mother here so we can safely get her from Iblis's clutches? Frederick asked Tegan. That could be the case, but it also very well be the opposite too. She desires power and control. She wants to be the best of the best. I am not sure her intentions are purely to help me or help herself, Tegan admitted as she rubbed her face. So, what do you think we should do? Helena asked while Tegan stood up, now pacing the room back and forth. My mother controls earth and water, which means her gifts can work against one another. But even more, I can take them both on with the gift of fire. But if Lucy is also attacking me, she matches my abilities having the same as me. We could battle all day and still never defeat one another unless one of us slips up. The downfall is Lucy has had plenty of practice to actually harm people with her powers, whereas I have trained strictly to become better, never to harm, she said as she continued to pace the floor. Then how do we overthrow her? Helena asked, the question running through my own mind. We don't, she said, looking at me. I know you aren't going to like this, but in order for us to win, I know what I must do, she said, now standing in one place, not moving. No, I said, not liking where her thoughts were heading. No, not happening. Ezra, if Lucy chooses to attack, I need to think of a way I can take both her and Iblis down. If I am there, I can see his weaknesses. I don't see another way of defeating him if we don't know how he works. There are other ways. I won't let you be captured. He ordered a hit on your life. He wants you dead, Tegan, not a hostage. I nearly screamed as fear took over my every thought. Well, then what do you suggest? Because I have very few plans coming to mind, and we are running out of time before they get here, she said, as if she had already given up. I had something made in case we were to ever need it, I said, looking over at Helena. She nodded in agreement before I continued talking. If Lucy was taken away once, she can be taken away again. I made Imogen's potion into a tranquilizer, except we tweaked it to where it doesn't take away Lucy, only eliminated her darkness. It won't all go away, but enough to rationalize with the sane part of her. You're suggesting we betray her and tranquilize her? Tegan asked with a surprised look on her face. Only if it comes to that. We can do as you suggested and see where it leads. If for some reason her dark desires overpower her love for you as her best friend, then we tranquilize her so that we have time to knock some sense into her. That might actually work, Tegan said, as if surprised I came up with it. Why did you create it? She then asked. I am the king, and her darkness even had my skin crawling, I said truthfully. So I reached out to Helena for some assistance in case we ever needed it. Over time we managed to get it as close to perfect as we could. And how do you know it works if you never tested it on her? Frederick asked next. It has the same ingredients as the potion her mom created. But this one has less of the root used that essentially takes the dark part of you away. We can't be certain it's perfect, nor are we certain if it works. But it's the best option we have right now, I answered truthfully. Then we have a plan. We use the tranquilizer, but only if it's needed. We don't if not, Tegan said before looking at Frederick. I know this is hard for you, and if there were any other way I promise I would do it. But sometimes the easiest way is to take away that darkness. I know you wish that you could balance out her darkness, but sometimes it's just more powerful. The tranquilizer won't hurt her, so don't worry. I would never hurt her. But if it comes down to it, we will tranquilize her, and I'm going to need you there when she wakes up. She'll think I betrayed her like her mom did," he said with a tone so low it sounded like he was hurting. "She will be able to think clearly for the first time in months. We aren't locking away Lucy, just the part of her that is unpredictable, the part of her she can't control. But we will only do that if she proves to us that she can't control it," Tegan said in a reassuring voice, making Frederick shake his head in agreement. "We only have a small amount of time before they arrive. We need to discuss exactly what we are going to do," I said, making them all focus on the task at hand. We spent the next hour discussing what exactly we needed to do for this plan to work, if Lucy was betraying Tegan. It was hard to imagine her betraying us for the fact that she knew we were listening and watching. But at this point, we couldn't be too safe. Iblis had already tried killing me, which meant he was on a mission to take us out before he even initiated war. And we were not about to let him win. Tegan's POV. I won't lie, I was a little nervous. Do I trust the woman who saved my life when we first met, or is she too far gone to be trusted? It's a sad ordeal to have to contemplate. I just have to hope that she is true to her word by being on our side. It seemed like hours had passed before I could sense Lucy was here. She was right. Had I been paying more attention, I would have known I could sense her all this time. I looked over to Ezra, who still had no idea that she had arrived. "She is here," that was all I said before he jumped up from his spot. "Time to start putting the plan into action," he said as he grabbed the tranquilizer gun from off the table. "No, remember, it is a last resort. If she attacks me, then you tranquilize her, but not before. Do you understand? What if her attack is fatal? What if we are too late?" He began to ask in a panic. "I'm stronger than I appear, Ezra. I can handle myself just fine," I replied defensively. "Even against a trained assassin?" he asked, now more concerned about the situation. "I can do this," I said reassuringly. "But then there is your mother, who has more than 20 years on you in this department. What if she mastered her abilities far better than we could have imagined? We can only try to handle one person at a time. At the moment, Lucy is the only one here." "Not my mother," I said as I placed my hand on his shoulder to try and calm him down. A knock on my door had me looking over, praying it wasn't her. But as if fate was laughing in my face as soon as the door opened, her face was on the other side. "Hey," I said as I opened the door to let her in. "I know you saw the document," she said, cutting right to the point. "I did, we all did," Ezra corrected. "And I know what you must think," Lucy said as she sat down in a nearby chair. "You agreed to kill my mate," Ezra said with a hateful tone. "I did. But because I needed to be able to help. I couldn't help you if I exposed what I knew," she said, looking over at Ezra. "I don't know if we can trust you," Ezra said as I sat in a chair across from her. "I don't expect you to, but that's not why I'm bringing this up," Lucy said as she looked between us. "Tegan, I don't think you realize how deadly your mother is. How well trained her mind is at killing," she continued on saying. The topic made me a little uncomfortable. But I continued to listen anyway. She took out a group of men with the swish of her hand. The tree limbs came out of the ground, stabbing them all at once. Thorns protruded out in every direction. She has no mercy, no moral sense. The woman you think she is supposed to be is no longer her. "How would you know? You barely even spoke to her," I replied defensively. "He tortured her mind for years to become what she is. You're not listening. Her brain is far from what it was when she birthed you. The memories you heard over the years, they aren't her. Let me guess. You're trying to get Tegan to let her guard down to you, but put it up against her mom so that you can swoop in and seal the deal of getting room 1, Ezra said, anger laced in his tone. "I could care less about what rank I am," Lucy replied with the same amount of anger. "That's not how you were acting. he then said. If I acted like his deal wasn't gold, he would suspect something, and I may not have made it out, she said as she stood up. Look, I stuck around, scouted out, watched her. As my competition, I needed to know what she was capable of. Something Sovereign, or Iblis, or whatever his name is, would expect me to do. I asked around, and the stories I heard, the graphics they explained, were downright unholy. She said, looking directly at me. Isn't that what you crave though, the kill? I asked. Yeah, but not like that. I may have this terrible darkness that lusts for blood, but I have to have a reason to kill someone. She never even cared for the whys, only the whos, she said while closing her eyes and grabbing her face. So what do you suggest? I asked, not sure how to handle the news. Run? Hide? Fuck, I don't know. All I know is she won't stop until the job is done, Lucy said as she opened her eyes to look at me. She isn't right in the head, Tegan. She has a darkness far greater than even mine. Not much sends me into a panic, but the bloodlust in her eyes while staring at your chart was far more scary than I had ever imagined it being. It's poetic, isn't it? I asked with a laugh. What do you mean? Ezra asked, confused. She gave up her life as my mom to work for Iblis in order to save me from him, just to turn around 20 years later to be the one person he requests to kill me. Some dark poetic shit, I said with a sorrowful voice. She isn't going to kill you, Lucy said with certainty. I won't allow it, she then said as she plopped back down. How are we expected to heal her brain? I asked next. I don't know if we can. After years of whatever it was that she went through to become who she is today, I don't know if there is returning from that, Lucy said, her voice low as she processed her words. There has to be a way. I can't lose her again. Not when I only just discovered she has been alive all this time, I said with sadness lurking in my heart. Look at it this way. You can't miss what you never knew. Who she is now will only disappoint you. She isn't the nurturing mother you worked her up to possibly being in your mind. She is a cold-blooded killer, Lucy replied, as if that made it any easier to accept. I have to try. The least I could do is try to save her, if not from Iblis then from herself. She gave her life to protect mine. I need to do my best to return the favor, I said just as a scream in the foyer grabbed our attention. Fuck, she is here. She must have followed me, Lucy hollered. Take Elias and get into the safe room. Don't come out for any reason, do you hear me? She said as she was shoving me toward the safe room in our wing. No, I won't leave you to fight my battle. Not again, I said as I pulled free of her grasp and pushed past her. Tegan, she isn't who you want her to be. Please listen to me, she begged me. But it was too late, I had already made up my mind. Let's go officially meet Mommy dearest, I said as I opened the door. Tegan's POV. I quickly glided down the stairs to stop her from whatever destruction she was causing. When I made it to the foyer, she had one of the plant vines holding an innocent maid by the throat, her feet dangling in the air as she gasped for air. Put her down, malicious, I screamed, making her head snap to me. Ah, just the girl I was looking for, she said with a crooked smile. The vine holding the maid up slowly untwined as it released its hold. Once she was free, she quickly scurried off, absolutely terrified. Why are you in my home? I asked, even though I was fully aware of the why. I just wanted her to say it. I think you and I both know why I am here, she said with nothing but hate in her tone. Lucy was right. The evil look in her eyes told me that there was no way she was the woman who did everything she could to protect me. You don't know me, do you? I asked, a bit of sadness in my tone from her really not being able to recognize me. Oh, I do, she responded, making my heart beat erratically in my chest. You're the nosy little girl my boss no longer wants alive. Do you even know why? I asked, but the look in her eyes told me she didn't care. In the end, it doesn't really matter why. He wants you dead, so dead you will be, she responded with a shrug. Watch out! Ezra screamed a little too late. The vine she was now controlling came out of nowhere as it twisted around my ankle faster than I could even process it. It squeezed tightly, cutting off blood circulation in the process. "Fuck!" I screamed out in agony. "Hurts like a bitch. I know. But don't worry. It'll be over soon," she said in a calm and collected voice. No rational thoughts were in my head. All I could focus on was the goddess-awful pain in my leg. "Tegan, do something!" Ezra screamed as he charged forward, only for a rapid limb coming from an indoor house tree to push him backward against the wall, retraining his movements. "I don't prefer to kill those not on my list. But trust me when I say this, boy, I will." Her voice came out even colder than I was expecting. "Fire! Use the damn fire!" Gemma screamed in my head, surfacing for the first time since her snarky comment earlier. I put my pain aside as the vine slowly crept up my leg, holding me tighter than before. I used my free hand to initiate a flame in the palm of my hand as I shot it downwards, burning the twisting vine. As it rapidly began to release its hold, her eyes connected with me once again. I should have read the chart after all. But it gives me so much excitement when I have someone that is able to fight back. I like it when my hits surprise me with unexpected curveballs that challenge me, she said with a crooked smile. Suddenly water formed in thin air as she pushed a cyclone at my flame, immediately putting it out. "Too bad I have the ultimate gifts that conquer even fire," she said with a laugh. Little did she know, so did I. The burnt vine cracked as I kicked down, smashing it to pieces. "Don't worry, there is more where that came from," she said, as if I didn't already know that. I needed to get this outside, where I could use the elements to the best of my ability. Before she could attack again, I rushed out the doors to the back side of the pack house. "Not very smart of you to bring me out here with all these trees now, is it?" Her vicious voice echoed into the juggled mess of trees. "Where is Lucy?" Gemma raged in my mind. I had to control this alone. If I couldn't handle one person with only 2 gifts, how was I expected to handle multiple people at once? I couldn't rely on Lucy the entire time, especially when it was only against one person. That would make me look weak, and I knew deep inside, I was not that weak girl who was brought here a year ago. "I like to think of myself as pretty smart," I said as I twisted my hands in a circular motion, manipulating the air to bring up the dirt, to keep her from seeing what was going on around us. "Oh, so the little wolf can manipulate fire and air. I wouldn't count those as the best gifts to have myself, but very intriguing indeed." Her voice echoed around me as the dirt coursed in a tornado-like funnel spinning around us both. "It may surprise you," I said back with a casual, cocky laugh. "So what is your plan here? To entrap us in a dirt storm and hope it distracts me?" "No. Just making sure your focus is on me," I replied, as I looked up to the moon shining bright in the sky. I raised my hands high in the sky as I began to chant some of the words. "Earth, air, fire, water, spirit, lend your power to me. Earth and sea, keep harm from me. Wind and fire, bring my desire." What kind of witchery are you trying to pull here? We all know tribal wolves are not witches. "We can only manipulate the elements we are blessed with," she said with an amused look on her face. She quickly threw her hands up as the roots of a nearby tree shot upward from the ground. I looked down from the sky as the light beamed down onto my body. Twirling my finger in a circle, a ring of fire now around us as it danced around the tornado-like dirt funnel that was rapidly spinning faster. "I can just put that out with water, the roots will be fine," she said, as they began to move upwards at a faster rate. We locked eyes and a look of horror crossed her facial features for a split moment. I could feel the magic of the moon flowing through my body at a rapid speed. Her eyes told me she saw it too. I put my hands down, the dirt falling to the ground at the sudden stop just as the fire extinguished immediately as if it was never there. Her roots stuck in place as I held them down with my own earth gift. "What is happening? What are you doing?" she asked in horror. "Putting an end to your madness," I replied as a bright light was eliminated from my body, making it to where she could not see a thing. "Now!" I screamed out as Lucy appeared with a tranquilizer gun, shooting the dart directly at Malicious. Her body instantly collapses as the effects of the liquid rush through her body. "Wha... ... What is this?" her voice asked as she slowly began to lose consciousness. "A cure to help you become my mom, Marcy, again," I replied, making her eyes bulge for a moment at my words before she was consumed with darkness. Tegan's POV. It took her a while to wake up. To say I was nervous was an understatement. We weren't sure the potion would work, so there was a chance she would be waking up wanting to kill me still. I asked Frederick to be in the room with me, but if anything were to hit the fan, he was to immediately disappear until it was corrected. The monitor's wavelength picked up a pace when she started to come to. Her eyes began to flutter open, still in a confused state of mind. She looked around completely unaware of what had happened. "Where am I?" her groggy voice asked. "Who are you people?" she then asked as her heart rate began to spike. Mom, it's me, Frederick!" Frederick nearly screamed as he rushed forward. Her heart rate quickly picked up with every step he took. I don't know you. My son is..." "He is not you," she replied in a terrified voice, making my heart sink. I look over to see how Frederick would react. He had stopped walking when she spoke, and was standing there gaping at the woman who was clearly our mother but didn't even know it. His face appeared as if he wanted to cry, but his alpha nature did not allow it. "Am I in a hospital?" she asked, looking around at the white walls and beeping monitors. "How about I go get the doctor?" I asked while tugging Frederick's arm to follow me. Once we were out of the room, I finally addressed him. "It's been 20 years. We have no clue what all happened to her, and we can't expect her to suddenly remember, especially if her brain was altered in some way. But she didn't wake up even remembering she wanted you dead," he said, the defeat in his tone present. "We don't know what she can remember. So let's go get Erin so she can examine her. Maybe a rush of unfamiliar faces was too much for her brain to grasp. She may need time," I explained, hoping he would take my words in. Once Erin was located and up to date, she followed us to her room, disappearing behind the closed door. "Hey, how is it going?" Ezra's calm voice asked as he approached. "Not sure. She is awake, but as far as memory goes, I have no clue what she can remember," I answered honestly. "But she didn't wake up wanting your blood on her hands, though?" "Not that I could tell. More confused if anything." "That's a good sign though, right?" "I don't know. I was hoping the confusion stemmed from the void of who she was no longer being there. But we have no clue what really happened to her over the last 20 years, I said with a shrug. "Do you think Kennedy may be able to help?" he asked, making me briefly yet unnecessarily jealous for a moment. However, what he was suggesting wasn't awful. Kennedy is a skilled therapist that has seen more cases than just us. She worked at a psychiatric hospital part-time, aside from her office hours, which she split between here at the PAC and at an office outside of the PAC where she also saw humans. I am sure Kennedy has seen it all, and maybe she was exactly what my mom needed. Actually, call her up. That may be exactly what she needs," I said, although I still felt a little bitter about them apparently dating back in the day. I waited outside of the room for some time before Erin finally reappeared. "How does she look?" Frederick asked, jumping from his seat. He seemed to be more on edge than even me. "She is showing signs of severe brain trauma. I am thinking she may suffer from a possible TBI from maybe a previous encounter. I will know more when I run some diagnostics," she said, looking between us. "I'm sorry, Doc, what is a TBI?" Frederick asked with a confused look on his face. "Traumatic brain injury. We don't typically see it with werewolves since our wolves heal us, but it is common among humans. I am wondering if maybe her wolf was stripped away temporarily while she was tortured, hence the possible brain damage. So when she got her wolf back, it was far too late to repair it. Now this is strictly only theories. There is no way of truly knowing what happened to her. However, I will be ordering scans to be able to look at her brain and figure out what is going on physically. If there are no signs of a TBI, I will do other tests to narrow down why she is having memory loss," Aaron said. I only nodded in response as I took in the information. Once Aaron walked away, Ezra popped back up. "Kennedy said she has one more client to see and then she will be over. I'd say approximately an hour or two at the latest," Ezra said as he took a seat next to me. "Did I miss anything?" he asked, looking between Frederick and me. "Not much, just that our mom's brain is probably fucked," Frederick replied with a huff. Ezra looked over at me. "My face is still probably looking the same as it did when we got the news." I don't know why the news was a surprise to me. It was Iblis we were talking about here. The same man that had Lydia's brain literally prodded at for information she may never even have had. She may never be the same again, in other words, not with a traumatic brain injury. I finally responded to his look. "I'm sorry, I know you were hoping to get your mom back," he said as he took my hand into his own. "I just wanted to know what it was like, you know," I replied while looking between Frederick and Ezra. "I know, Red, I know," he said as a fit of baby giggles sounded out down the hall. Liliana was walking down the hall holding Elias, his laugh immediately lighting up the room with joy. "You always have me, dear. I may not be your mother by birth, nor did I raise you, but I like to think of myself as your mother, even if it is only by law." Her sweet voice echoed down the hall, making me smile. I walked over, embracing her in my arms. We hadn't had the chance to really bond with all the chaos fate had thrown at us, but I knew in my heart if I ever needed her, she was there. I took Elias and kissed his sweet head, looking into the eyes that matched mine. "Want to meet your other grandma?" I asked, making a cooing sound. "Is it safe?" Ezra then asked, concern lingering in his voice. "He will have his overbearing mom and overprotective dad with him. I don't know how much safer he could be," I answered as we walked to the door. Upon entering, Marcy was touching the tube that was in her arm. Elias made another cooing sound, making her eyes immediately shoot up. A look of pure surprise crossed her face. "You found him. You found my little brown-haired baby boy," she said, making us all stop in our tracks. Did she remember Darian? If so, that left us one option that could help jog her memory. "Fuck, we have to call Darian, don't we?" Frederick asked the question my brain was already thinking. Tegan's POV. I paced the floor once we were back in my wing, debating on if this was the right course of action. If I called Darian and told him, our father would obviously try coming too. But if I called and demanded his appearance without an explanation, he would be livid and come with an attitude. Not that his attitude scared me one bit, I just wasn't sure what the best route was to take. "I strongly believe you should call him," I said to Frederick. "Me? He hates me, that's a bad idea." "He hates me more," I replied defensively. "But now you're his queen, so he has to obey," he replied with a chuckle. "Doesn't mean he will like it. He may not even answer." "What if I call?" Helena suggested. "He was never nice to you, Hel," I said in response. "Well, then y'all can decide, but as far as who should call, it doesn't matter." "Just do it," she said in her mother hen voice. "Fine," I replied, taking my phone out. "What about a text?" I asked, looking up. "Call him, Tegan," Helena demanded. She was more of a mother to me than my caregiver. She treated me as a mother would treat her own. It didn't take away from the fact that I yearned for my real mother, but I definitely had a mother figure at least. I searched in the contacts until his name appeared on the screen. I made a face before hitting the dial button. The phone rang a few times before going straight to voicemail. "The fuck you button. Real classy." "Well, I tried. He is probably off fucking Jesse," I said with a shrug. "Oh, Tegan," Helena said as she stuck her hand to her face in disappointment. "But it wasn't like I was lying. I mean, he may have moved on to her daughter, who knows," I replied with a shrug, making Frederick laugh. "Children, stop that," Helena said with a shake of her head. "What now?" Frederick asked. "Now, we wait, I guess." In the meantime of waiting for Darian to call us back, Kennedy had already been by to see Mom. She was actively talking with her. When I made the call, we were just waiting for their session to end. After what seemed like hours, Kennedy finally came to our wing to talk. Although I can't exactly disclose what was said, I can disclose that I agree with the doctor. Some severe torture must have happened. All she kept talking about was hiding her baby and him being found, which you all know about, so I am not disclosing anything that hasn't already been said. Kennedy began to explain. I realize you have a HIPAA to follow with patient confidentiality, but doesn't it void out when the family hired you and the patient is not in the right state of mind? Frederick asked, making a good point. With us being werewolves, we have a different form of laws than the humans do. I can breach the patient's confidentiality, but only if my Alpha or Luna demands it, but nobody else, she said, looking from Frederick to Ezra and me. Well, go on, Frederick said, looking at me. I hated giving commands. I remember the way it felt being Alpha and Luna commanded. The pull and tug of being forced. I didn't want to be that person. Kennedy saw the dilemma in my eyes, because that's when she chose to nod her head in agreement with Frederick. I took a deep breath before speaking. Kennedy, as your Luna Queen, I demand you to tell us about every session that you and Marcy Declan have, no matter how bad it can be. I felt power rolling off my tongue, making me cringe, as the effects immediately hit her. She spoke about a man who threatened her baby if she left. A dark man who only sought power. At first I thought she was talking about Iblis and wanting you, Tegan, but then the more she spoke about hiding her baby boy, the more I began to realize that wasn't at all what she was meaning. This was years before she was even on Iblis's radar, I do believe. She said if he found him, then he would destroy him. I never could get a name, just terrible man. Kennedy said, never breaking eye contact. Something in my mind screamed that she meant my father. But there was only one way to know for sure. Thank you, I said to Kennedy as I pulled my phone back out, dialing a number. Who are you calling now? Frederick asked when the line connected. I know you can't talk, but you can listen. You and Darian need to come to the kingdom immediately. If you are not here by morning, I will come retrieve you myself. When you are here, I expect you to be on your best behavior or you'll regret it. We need to talk, I demanded without hesitation before disconnecting the line. Who was that? Ezra asked, now concerned. My father, I responded without any emotion in my voice. I knew he got the message clear as day, but just to be sure I called Darian, and when he finally answered I demanded the same. Not caring if it pissed him off at this point. We needed answers, and clearly, we weren't going to get them by standing around with our thumbs up our asses. After a few hours our guards informed us of their arrival. With my home pack being so far away, I only assumed they traveled by air. I walked down the stairs to see his face. A look of hatred staring back at me. Next to him, of course, was none other than Jessie herself. Beside her, Darian stood tall as if it made a difference. He was still a coward. Then of course they couldn't come without Miss Priss herself, Allie. Welcome. It's late, so I will have the maid escort you all to your rooms, where you will remain for your stay. Tomorrow we will have a family meeting before I disclose some interesting information you will definitely want to hear, I said, making Allie roll her eyes in response. You? Holding a family meeting? Allie replied with a sneer. You were never allowed to be a part of any other family affairs. What makes you think you can suddenly be a part of a family meeting now? Her smart remark sent Gemma wild in my mind. I'm sorry, let me be more clear here. You, Allie, and Jessie were not invited to come, therefore you will not be a part of the meeting. I expect to see my father Drake and my brother Darian in the meeting hall at 7 a.m. sharp. You and your mother can remain in your rooms for all I care. You are not invited to the meeting. Are we clear? She can't do that, can she? Allie's dumbass asked her mom. She can, and she will. As your queen, I suggest you start biting your tongue, unless, of course, you want to end up like dear old stepdaddy over there. Bonus? Tegan won't even have to do the honors. I would love to do it for her. Lucy said as her eyes shifted to black as she twirled a knife between her fingers for dramatic effect. Allie immediately shut up. Good puppy, Lucy said, taking a jab. Follow the maids to your respective rooms and I will see you two tomorrow, I said, looking at my father and Darian before turning to walk away. Ezra's POV. We got up early the next day in order to prepare for what was to come. Tegan was already sitting at the desk lost in her own thoughts, trying to gather what she should say. It was about to be a hell of a long day between Tegan trying to figure out the truth as to why her mother was stuck in the past, and what happened in the past that was haunting her so badly. Then of course the fact that she inevitably is going to have to tell her father, Drake, and oldest brother, Darian, that Marcy was still very much alive. How would you break the news to people you don't care to really even talk to? She asked, looking over to me. I was stuck because personally, I would just drop the news like a bombshell. But in order to get the information she is seeking, that may not be the correct way of going about it. Well, since we are needing valuable information that could help us with Marcy, I would say we discuss the topic we need first. We need to focus on that first. Once we have the information we require to help her, we can then tell them the news. I kinda feel bad withholding that our mother is still alive, at least from Darian. What would you like to do then? Maybe I take Darian to see her reaction, and then it will allow him to see why I need the information from our father. We will do whatever you think is best, I said as Frederick entered the room. So, do we have a plan? He asked as he took a seat. No. I can't decide if I need to show her to Darian first or not, Tegan replied. If you did that, then he may not take the news well. He was the oldest and firstborn, therefore he had more time with her than you and I. It may hit him harder. I think if you want to try and get anything out of Dad, you may need Darian to focus and not be distracted by the shocking news, Frederick said. How would he be of any use? This memory that Mom is stuck on, he was an infant. Yeah, but he knows Dad best, and if we traumatize him before we start asking questions, we may never get what it is we are seeking, Frederick said. Tegan's face looked to be deep in thought, appearing to be off in space as she took in his view on the matter. She then turned her face to speak to us once more, and when she opened her mouth to talk, a slight tap at the door grabbed our attention. When the door opened, it revealed Drake and Darian. I'm not sure why Jesse and Allie can't be a part of this if it's a family meeting, especially when King Ezra is here. But whatever. Darian huffed out as he took a seat, because this matter does not concern either of them. Tegan spat out sassily. And yet it concerns our king? He asked, looking at me before looking back at her. Indeed it does. He was here, they were not. It's pretty simple, and obviously, none of your business why I've chosen who I've chosen to be a part of this meeting, she then said as she looked over at her father. Let's see. You clearly can't talk, but that doesn't mean you can't write, she said as she slid over a notebook of paper. Just like the good old days, except you never took the time to read mine, huh? She then said sourly as she slid over the pen. What is this all about anyway? Darian asked, looking directly at Tegan. I doubt you'll be of much help in this area. However, I still need you here for when I am done, she proceeded to say before turning to look directly at their father. I need to know if you ever hurt Mom, she then said, making Drake's face scrunch up in confusion. Hurt Mom? Are you fucking serious right now? You had us come all this way here to ask about our mother? This part doesn't involve you, Darian, so shut up, Frederick said, staring at Darian with a fiery look in his eyes. Look at you. Get an alpha position and all of a sudden you think you can speak to me like that? He replied challengingly. I'm a better alpha than you could ever possibly think to be, Frederick challenged back. That's enough testosterone, shut it down. This isn't a pissing contest, this is real shit. So both of you shut the hell up and sit the fuck down, Tegan demanded as she hit her hands on the desk for attention. Both brothers immediately shut up, now paying full attention. Now back to what I asked. Did you? She then asked, looking back at Drake. A flabbergasted look crossed his face at the question. He picked up the pen and began to write out his response. Soon he lifted the paper that read in all caps, "I loved your mother, I would never hurt her. I find that hard to believe considering I was your daughter and you didn't mind hurting me." She spat out angrily. The bickering went back and forth until finally she gave up. "Fine, you're sticking to the story of never hurting Mom. Guess your words are meaningless. The only way to know is to see her reaction for ourselves," Tegan said, standing up abruptly as the chair skidded backward. "What does she mean by that?" I heard Darian ask as we all followed behind her. Nobody answered because we were following Tegan's lead. Asking Drake questions was disappointingly pointless, not because he couldn't speak, but because after each question, he just kept pointing to the same paper insisting that he never hurt her. When we stood outside Marcy's hospital room, Tegan came to a stop, her hand grasping the knob. "Fuck it, let's get this over with," she murmured under her breath before opening the door, revealing Marcy. Gasps could be heard from behind her, but she dared not to turn and look. Marcy was fiddling with a blanket and speaking to herself as she had been doing for days now. Tegan was pushed to the side as Drake rushed in the door. "You're fucking welcome for saving her and telling you," she spat out at his disrespect. Goddess, this man just always manages to amaze me at how much he makes me despise him. "I can't believe Mom ever loved an imbecile such as him," she spat out as Darian made his way closer. He stood next to Tegan. I assume his face looked just as surprised as Tegan's did the day she had found out. "This is fake. This is your magic messing with us." "Why would you do this?" his voice asked with a crack. "I didn't do anything but find her and save her. I am just as confused about it as you are. I was hoping that ignorant man would help trigger a reaction from her for some answers. But if he isn't who she keeps talking about, then who is?" she asked, more so herself out loud. Tegan's POV. It appeared we were getting nowhere. She looked at him and had no reaction, as if she didn't even know who he was. If he wasn't the man she was hiding her baby from, then who was she hiding Darian from? I don't understand how she could recognize a baby, my baby, who I think looks nothing like Darian, but doesn't recognize the adult version of that said baby, or the man who helped create him. My father looked the same, only now with some aged wrinkles and salt-pepper hair. It didn't help that he could no longer talk, so he was unable to speak to her. If I had known then what I knew now, no, I still would have reacted how I did. He deserved it. He actually deserved more than that, truth be told. "Marcy, do you recognize this man?" I asked as I approached. "Don't be disrespectful, call her Mom," Darian tried demanding. My eyes shot over to glare at him. "Try demanding one more thing from me, Darian. Go on," I said in a sinister tone. "Is that a threat?" "Not even close. It's a promise. You will respect me in my home. I don't care who you think you are. I am the queen and therefore I make the rules, I don't follow them." I was so tired of these inconsiderate assholes who constantly thought that they could push the buttons they used to push. I'm not sure how much more destruction I needed to cause for them to understand I am not playing. I mean what I say. Not that I need to explain a damn thing to you, but I will call her Marcy because she is already overwhelmed. If I called her Mom, how do you think she'd respond? Seems like she doesn't remember me. I asked him as if he were stupid. "I just feel like it's disrespectful," he countered. "Not in this case, she doesn't remember us," I said as I took her hand in my own. Her tired and terrified eyes looked back at me. "They found my baby." She repeated the same sentence she had been repeating. "I'm right here, I'm okay," Darian said as he approached the bed. "No, no, 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 you're not my baby." Marcy then began to scream. I could see the pain behind his eyes as he backed away. "Marcy, look at me," I said in a louder tone to get her attention. When her eyes met mine, I could tell that she seemed so lost. "Do you see that man right there?" I asked as I pointed at my father, who stood off to the side of the bed. Her eyes glanced over at him before looking back at me. "Light eyes," she said as she shook her head. "Yes." "Do you know him?" I asked again, trying to poke around some more. "I don't know," the light-eyed man, she responded before speaking again. "Where is my baby?" "Marcy, I need you to listen, okay?" I instead replied. "My name is Tegan. I am here to help you. Do you know what year it is?" 1995, she answered quickly. "Well, at least we now know she is 28 years in the past, which is 4 years before Darian's birth. So she for sure was not referring to Darian as her baby. But I'd never heard of another baby before him. This was news to me. And clearly, it was news to him as well, because his entire face was sunken in with sadness. I looked back at our mother before talking again. "Can you tell me more about your baby?" I figured at this point, what was there to lose? She was already lost in a past memory that may or may not even be real. Why not try to understand it? He found him. Who did? He was hidden, but he found him. I thought he was hidden better. She was beginning to ramble, but that would only lead us nowhere. I needed her to stay on track. "What was your baby's name?" I asked, trying to pull her back from the same path she kept taking. "I see what you're doing. It won't work." "I won't talk," she responded as she crossed her arms over her chest defensively. "I just want to protect you, Marcy. I am not worth that. I need him saved from him. I can't save him if I don't know who it is I am saving, or who I am saving him from." She looked at me and her head turned sideways. "You look like someone I should know," she then said, making my heart pound in my chest. It was the first time she said anything outside of talking about her baby. "You will know me, I promise," I said as I squeezed her hand reassuringly. "Save Tristan. He's just an innocent boy," she said as tears began to flood her eyes. "Is Tristan your baby boy?" I asked, even though every rapid thought was screaming in my head. "He never truly loved me, he just wanted my baby for power. If he finds him, he will destroy his innocence." "Marcy, who is this dark-powered man? What's his name?" I asked. Kennedy had mentioned that she didn't think it was Iblis. But at this point there was no way it was my father. The only other possibility was Iblis. Right? "Dark power, dark eyes, the devil in disguise," she said as she looked from me to the window before speaking again. "They found my baby. The dark man took him. He isn't safe." We were now back in the continuous loop again, and I knew I had lost the very little portion of sanity she had left. At least now I had a name. Well, one name. The only downfall was, it could be a dead end. I am sure there are so many other people by the name of Tristan in this world, but I had a name and a year. I could try to work with that. Marcy continued to ramble the same sentence when I decided to look over at my father, who didn't look the slightest bit confused by her words. "You know Tristan, don't you?" I asked, looking directly at him. His face sank when he realized that he gave an indication of any knowledge. "Back to the meeting hall, now," I demanded as I grabbed his arm, pulling him in that direction. "You're going to tell me everything I need to know. Everything you know about this is no longer going to be a secret, it will be family knowledge. Do you understand?" I demanded as we made our way down the hallway. Once we were behind the closed doors of the meeting room once again, we all looked at our father, who was visibly sweating. Darian yanked off the piece of paper he had written on previously, and crumbled it up before tossing it over his shoulder. He then slammed the pen down on the clean sheet of paper before looking back up. "Spill all of it. Don't leave a single fucking detail out," he screamed, his body visibly shaking in anger. I could understand his anger. Our father clearly knew something he has kept a secret from us for our entire lives. Did we have another brother we never knew about? If so, was he alive, or better yet, safe? Tegan's POV. When we settled in, my father looked as if he would rather die, taking this secret to the grave, than to tell us. Darian stood up from his chair after some time had passed, and our father still hadn't touched the pen. He grabbed our father's left hand, pulling the middle finger backward. "Start writing or I start breaking," he screamed. It was a little unsettling watching how angry Darian was. Was he afraid that his position could be at stake? I know that I did worse by removing our father's tongue, but the difference between us was that he and Darian had always been close. At least that's what I thought up until I found Darian fucking his chosen mate, Jesse. You could see the fear lingering in his eyes as Darian slowly bent his finger back even further. I'm not playing around, old man. Enough secrets. Our mother, who I thought was dead up until 15 minutes ago, is laying in a hospital bed in a psychotic state rambling about a son that isn't Frederick or me, so start spilling. He hollered more aggressively this time. Our father closed his eyes for a moment until he finally shook his head yes. When Darian released his finger, his shaky hand picked up the pen and effortlessly glided it across the paper. He never looked up, writing for what seemed like forever. After some time he finally laid the pen down before looking up at me only. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down before he slid the paper over to me. I picked it up, noticing he had written so much. The first sentence read, "Read it out loud." My eyes skimmed the paper briefly before looking up at my brothers. There is a lot here, and he has asked me to read it out loud, so sit tight and don't interrupt. Once I've read it all, we can ask him questions, but only one at a time so he can answer them all, I said, looking between the two of them. Once we were all on the same page, I jumped right into what our father had written. I never expected for this to come up. I truthfully never planned to tell any of you. Your mother and I had spoken about telling you three when you were all at an age that could understand, but shortly after Tegan was born, Marcy had died. Or so I had thought. I never once in a million years would have expected her death to be a ruse. Trust me when I say, I am just as shocked to see her alive as all of you. I felt her die. I felt our mate bond snap the moment she took her last breath, and for that, I am so confused as to how she is sitting in that room alive after all of these years. I don't feel a mate pull to her anymore, which means the mate bond indeed snapped, but for her being here alive, I'm overall confused. Before I start explaining what you want to know, I want to tell Tegan how unbelievably sorry I am for the way I have treated you all these years. I will never be able to earn your forgiveness, and I know that, but I want you to know I am truly, deeply sorry. Seeing your mom so confused and hurt over a child she didn't raise or know, made me realize I was never the dad you deserved. I promised to take care of our children, to protect them, and instead, I let her down. I was so angry at the loss of my mate that I took it out on you. I thought that you took my mate from me. As poorly of an excuse as that is, it's true, and I can't tell you how sorry I am for that selfish decision. But that is not what you want to hear. What you want to hear is about your brother, and I owe not only you that answer, but also Darian and Frederick. It truthfully isn't my place to talk about her life before me, but it seems that she can't, and you all have questions that I know some of the answers to. It now falls on me to tell you all. When I met Marcy, she was distant and wouldn't allow me near her. After some time, she finally gave in to the mate bond and we mated. At that point, I had no idea she was already a mother. She had met a man before me who she was hooking up with casually. Then she soon fell pregnant with his child. The child was a boy. His name, as she said, was Tristan. I say was because I truthfully don't know if he is alive or not. I never met the kid. It took everything for her to tell me he even existed, and even then she didn't tell me until well into her pregnancy with Darian. She always would say he was a special boy, that if he was ever discovered it could be fatal to the world, so she chose to shield him from this world. He was placed for adoption in the human world. I never found that to be a smart idea since he was part wolf, but she insisted he wouldn't shift due to a spell. She never spoke of his dad, nor did I care to hear about him. I don't know his name, only that he was cruel and evil. I did find out that he, however, was not a wolf, so Tristan is a hybrid, making him half wolf, half warlock. She had mentioned that his father only sought power, and if he ever knew about Tristan the world could be at stake. She mentioned that Tristan was the first male to ever be not only an alpha that was a hybrid, but also the only alpha male tribal wolf ever known to exist. I didn't understand what that meant at the time. I did learn of it years later though. I never brought him back up because the memory was too painful for her, and then also because the selfish part of me didn't want her son to take her attention from my children. So I left it at that. She had looked for him once when she was pregnant with Tegan. I'm not sure if she ever found him, but the paperwork she obtained during her search, I still have. I brought it with me because I had this gut feeling. I wasn't even sure why, since you didn't even say why you needed us here. I'm sorry I don't have all the information you are seeking about him. And I am also sorry I kept such a big secret from you all due to this unnecessary feeling of jealousy. Y'all deserve to know about him, just as he deserved to know about you all. I hope her paperwork gives you all the answers you seek. I took a deep breath after I finished reading his note before looking back up at my brothers. Where is the paperwork? Frederick asked, speaking for the first time since it all went down. Our father shook his head as the door opened, and Jesse walked in with the tote. I guess at least his mind-linking still worked. Not sure why this junk matters, Jesse said, tossing the tote on the table. I folded up our father's note before putting it in my pocket. Well, let's get digging, shall we? I asked, looking at my brothers as I took the lid off, ignoring her ignorant remark. Tegan's POV. I shifted through the paperwork she had in the tote. There were stacks and stacks of papers that all led us nowhere. I wished I knew exactly what it was that she was doing to find him, anything that could lead us the right way. But all that has been found so far were papers of addresses to several homes in 3 different states. There was also the adoption paperwork mixed in as well, which was absolutely useless. It only stated it was a closed adoption. This is all a bunch of nonsense. Why so many different addresses? Frederick asked as he sat a paper down. Let's start by separating each state and narrow down what our goal was, I countered, thinking about what it was she was doing. There are like 3 states here, Darian said with a sigh. Well, if we separate the states we can look into each pile to figure out what her thought process was, I replied, as I began to separate the papers in my hand into piles. I know I should be thinking about Iblis and what he was conspiring, especially since I am certain he has an ulterior motive behind why he showed me my mother was alive and then sent her to assassinate me. It was most likely a distraction, which was obviously working. Aside from this new distraction, all I did was train. Maybe this small distraction could help keep my mind leveled so that I was not super fixated on Iblis, as I had been for months now. Okay, now that it's all separated, what exactly do we do? Darian asked as he stared at the stacks of sorted papers. Find the common denominator of each stack, I said as I pulled a pile toward me. After some time had passed, Darian let out a loud sigh. This is pointless, it's all just addresses, no side margins, no names, only addresses, he said as he tossed the paper in his hand onto the table. What are we missing here? I asked as I went through my stack again. Fred, you're an IT geek, punch these addresses into a computer and see what pops up, Darian said, making Frederick roll his eyes in irritation. Wait, he has a point. If you type in the addresses and the year that she searched them, maybe Google can find the common denominator for us? I asked, looking at Frederick who was biting his lip in response. I may be able to, but with it being over 20 years ago, I am not sure what we will find, he said as he pulled his bag from under the table, taking out his laptop. Damn, you carry that with you everywhere? Darian asked in amusement. Well, yeah, I am an alpha, and our income is my job, which is based on my computer, Frederick responded as he logged into it. I am an alpha too, but you don't see me walking around with a man purse and laptop. It's a satchel, Frederick countered, defending his bag. Okay, whatever you say, nerd, Darian responded, poking the bear. Darian, leave him alone. At least his knowledge may be able to help us in this situation. I don't see you bringing anything to the table here. I brought Dad, who brought all this shit, so I did something. Plus I don't see you contributing either. We went back and forth for at least 30 minutes in a petty argument, until Frederick finally interrupted us. I think I found something. Well, don't leave us waiting in anticipation. What is it? Darian asked, now standing behind Frederick, peering down at his screen. Well, each address contained an adopted child. The ones with a slash near the addresses were her marking them off so we can discard those, he said, looking at a few papers next to him. That leaves us with these 3. All located here in Colorado, he said, laying the 3 papers out. Okay, so these are the potential addresses of where Tristan may have lived? I asked. I assume so. I don't have a last name, but I decided to give it a shot and hack the adoption agency she used, which was on this paper here, he said, waving the paper in the air before continuing on. After hacking in, I looked up his name and age. Then, I used the date that's printed on the papers. By doing so, I was able to narrow it down to these 3 addresses. That's amazing, I responded in awe. But why did she go through all of this trouble? Why not just ask the adoption agency where he was placed? Darian dumbly asked. Because when he was adopted, it was a closed adoption. Therefore, Mom couldn't get any information even if she wanted, I responded instead of Frederick, since I had already seen the adoption paperwork and knew the answer. So that leaves us with 3 addresses, all here in Colorado, Frederick said, waving the 3 papers in the air. It's been over 20 years. Who's to say they still live there? I asked. We won't know unless we try, Darian said enthusiastically. Then it's final. We will go visit these homes and hope for the best, Frederick replied with a huge smile on his face. We don't even know what he looks like. How will we know if it's him? I asked. Well, Mom had thought Elias was Tristan, so I guess he must look similar to Elias. Black hair, green eyes. Something like that? Frederick suggested. Plus he is half wolf, we would smell it. Darian then said. His wolf is supposed to be dormant and a spell is cast on him to withhold it. He will still smell like a wolf, just like you did with your dormant wolf. Damn, y'all already have shit in common, Darian said with a chuckle. Although I didn't find any humor in what he said. You couldn't have just said he would smell like Mom? Damn, Darian, always finding a way to be a dick, Frederick said while putting his laptop away. I hadn't thought about that. Even if Tristan didn't smell like a wolf, he would smell like Mom. This may be easier than I had expected it to be. Once we were ready to set out, I went to give Ezra and Elias a kiss goodbye. I don't like you leaving here without me, Ezra said as if it would stop me. I am a powerful wolf, and I also have 2 alpha brothers with me. I'll be fine. I responded only for him to pull me into a tight hug. I love you, Tegan. And Elias loves you. You're so loved here. You're talking like it's the last time you'll ever see me. I just want you to know that you are loved beyond measure. You don't need more family. Not if it risks you never coming home. His words made me feel uneasy. But I had to do this, not only for me, but also for our mom. How else was I going to get the answers I needed from her? I love you both more than life itself. But I have to do this easy, I said before breaking away. I'll be home for dinner, I promise, I said while blowing them both a kiss as I walked away. Once in the car, Darian adjusted the rearview mirror before his eyes connected with mine. Are you ready to find our hidden brother? He asked, knowing damn well I was ready. Tegan's POV. We made it to the first house, but to no surprise, it was an elderly couple that resided there now. They had never even heard of a Tristan before. With only limited information, we had no other choice but to move on to the next home. But the next home was boarded up. At this point, I believe the hunt was not in our favor. With it so far being 0 for 2 with only one more home left, it was leaving us with little to no hope. We only have one more home left, what if it's a bust too? Darian asked when we got to the car. Then we may not find him. Especially not knowing his last name. It has been 20 years since he could have resided in one of these homes. He could be anywhere at this point, I said, as I pulled my phone out of my bag to call Ezra to give him yet another disappointing update. After a few rings the line connects. That was fast. I'm guessing it was a no-go as well? This one didn't even have any residents at all. The house was basically worn down and abandoned. By the looks of it, for a long time too, I replied. So on to the last house. Are you nervous? That's an understatement. If this one is also a dud, then we have no other ways of locating him without more information about him. And what happens then? He asked curiously. Then we get back into the agency system and see if they have any trails for each individual, and where the last homes were. Why didn't y'all do that before going on this wild goose chase? That's a good question. We probably should've. I guess we just got excited about figuring out what our mom was doing that we jumped the gun, I admitted. I felt a little slow for jumping the gun. What was I thinking? These were homes from 20 years ago. Why didn't we follow a trail? I did look into other possible homes afterward, Frederick said, interrupting us. It was a no-go? I asked. Obviously he huffed out. They weren't foster care children, therefore they had no trail. Once the adoptive family officially took their child, that was it. So there was only one address for them on file. Why didn't you look into who his parents were? Ezra asked. The file Mom had was very vague and didn't give out that information. So we didn't have that to go off of. She didn't choose the family? No. She thought if she didn't know where he went or who had him that he was safer. How do you know that? Our dad, I replied as we pulled up to the last home's address. We here. Let's get this embarrassing shit over with, shall we? Darian said. Looks like we are here. I'll call you back probably sooner than you think, I said with a laugh. What home are you at this time? He asked. Just as he did with the other two homes as well. Once I gave him the address, we said our goodbyes before the call was disconnected. Ready? Frederick asked, looking back at me. Let's get this over with, I replied, opening the car door. The house looked so welcoming. Fake flowers were in planters, next to the front door. The home was bright and the lawn was kept up. As we got to the door, Darian used the knocker to knock twice. We waited for a minute before he knocked again. When nobody answered, we decided to go ahead and leave. As we were retreating to the car, I dialed up Ezra. As soon as he answered the phone line, the door opened, and a woman in her 40s stood in the doorway. Her eyes shone bright with a big smile on her face, a little too welcoming if you asked me, but everyone is different. How may I help you? She asked, looking between us all. My name is Tegan Declan. This is my older brother Darian, and my younger sister Tegan. We were wondering if you possibly had a few minutes to answer a few questions. Sure, dear. Would y'all like to come in? She was just going to invite total strangers into her home. That would be lovely, Darian said with his charming smile spread on his face. I swear that guy would stick his dick in any hole if he could. He was a sick, disgusting man with no limitations. I slid my phone into my bag as I walked to the door. When passing the doorway, a feeling washed over me that felt similar to dread. But that made no sense. Why would I feel dread when I hadn't even said a word to the lady yet? Maybe it was the fact that she looked nothing like what I pictured a mother figure would look like, making this another dead end, leaving us with nothing left to find our brother. Please have a seat. Would anyone like a cup of tea? She asked as we sat on the sofa. Tea sounds wonderful, Darian replied, making me cringe. Great. Anyone else? She asked, looking between me and Frederick. Sure. We both replied in unison. When she left, I stood up to go look at the pictures along the mantel. They looked almost fake, but one, in particular, caught my eye. It was a grown man, with muscles for days. He had striking green eyes, similar to mine. His dark hair cascaded down the front of his eyes in a wave. I could hear distant chattering. My nosiness got the best of me, so I walked to the hall to eavesdrop. Yes, they came like you said they would. What exactly do you want me to say? Right, I have to get back in there. See you soon. I could only hear one side of the conversation, so I wasn't sure who the conversation was with or what it was about. The talking suddenly stopped and footsteps began to approach. I quickly rushed back into the living room, taking a seat. "So, what is it you would like to ask?" she asked as she placed the cups on the table. "We were wondering if you knew a man by the name of Tristan?" Frederick asked, jumping right in. "I have a son named Tristan. Why is he in trouble?" she asked with a look of distraught plastered on her face. "No, but was he adopted?" Darian asked. Something still felt off, but it appeared like I was the only one who seemed to be feeling this way. "He was. What's this about exactly?" she asked them before looking at me. I still hadn't said a word, so when she looked at me her eyes flickered a moment with fear. Why was she afraid? "Take a drink, dear, you must be parched," she said, pushing a cup toward me. "We are looking for our half-brother who was adopted. Do you think you could get in contact with your son and tell him about us so we can try to see if he is who we have been searching for?" I then asked, ignoring her odd request. "I called him while I went and got the tea. We had been expecting this for a while now. He will be here shortly." "So he is alive?" Frederick asked in relief. But something felt off about this entire ordeal. Tegan's POV. Everything still felt off. This woman was too pippy, too excited, and far too fake for me to believe what she was saying. I only sat there in silence listening to her ramble on, about how blessed she was to have been Tristan's mother. "We knew y'all would come one day," she said as she glanced at the clock for the 6th time in 15 minutes. "How?" I asked, but really I was trying to get a better read on her. Why was she so skittish and jumpy? Did she know something that she was trying to hide? "A woman came who looked just like you years ago. Was her name Marcy?" Darian randomly asked. "The name sounds familiar, but all I knew was she looked like you," she said, turning to look at me. I still remained silent while trying to figure her out. The way she kept looking at me and at the clock made me a little uneasy. We turned her away and told her he was too young, and we weren't ready for him to know the truth yet. She left with an understanding. "So why did you expect us to come if she left with an understanding of your wishes and never returned?" I finally asked. Her eyes flickered with fear for just a moment. "What are you so afraid of?" I asked while my eyes squinted with concern as I asked the question. I shouldn't. "Is there something we need to know?" I then asked, which cut her off. "Quit asking unnecessary questions, Tegan," Darian demanded. "Have neither of you noticed her behavior? She is acting suspiciously, and now dodging a basic question, which makes it worse." "There was nothing basic about that question. It was almost an invasion of privacy," Darian replied while rolling his eyes. "If she wasn't acting paranoid and looking at the clock every few minutes, I wouldn't have asked. Hell, we didn't even get her name, but she got ours," I replied back in anger. "So let's start there then, yeah? What's your first and last name, Tristan's mom?" I then asked, looking over at her from Darian. You don't have to answer that," Darian then said, cutting her off. "My sister is a little on edge with strangers. Why is she afraid to even tell us her name?" I then asked, never breaking eye contact with her. "It's irrelevant," Darian replied aggressively. "Darian, how about you shut the fuck up? Nothing I ask is irrelevant." "Especially because of her behavior," I said, allowing my aura out just a little so he would reel his tone in before I lose it. "We came into her house looking for answers about Tristan, not about her," his voice said in a lower octave, allowing me to know he was submitting. "It's okay, I don't mind," she then said, which told me she was grabbing hold of herself again. "Okay, what's your name then?" I asked, looking back at her. "My name is Mandy McKay. And Mandy, you don't mind if I call you Mandy, right?" I asked. "Not at all," she replied. "Perfect, so Mandy, as I asked before, is there something we need to know?" I asked in a low tone to get my point across. "Tristan is very excited to meet you all." "And how does he know about us? Seeing how you sent our mother away and you knew nothing about us?" Her eyes moved from side to side before she spoke, giving me another sign that something was wrong here. He found out shortly after she left, but wasn't he only 6 years old at the time? I asked. Yes, but a very smart 6-year-old. But something changed inside of him after she had left. He changed. What does that mean? I asked. Something inside of him shifted. He was angry all the time. So angry. He started acting out. We couldn't control him. We thought maybe he had hurt her here, but that wasn't possible. It slowly became worse, so we decided to reach out to Marcy to try and get a family background to know how to help him, but we couldn't find her. It was as if she had disappeared off the face of the earth. She wasn't wrong. At that point in time, she really did fall off the face of the earth. To everyone else, she was dead, which would make her hard to locate. So what happened between then and now? I asked. We were going to ship him off to a military school. But then a miracle happened, she replied with a smile on her face before she continued speaking. A man came to us, telling us he could help our son control his angry outbursts. I looked over at Darian and Frederick with a look of knowing, then looked at the clock. Oh, look at the time, it's getting kind of late, I said, standing up. He'll be here any minute, she quickly said as she stood up, blocking the doorway. Yeah, we gotta get going, Frederick said, walking around her. He then walked out of the house, Darian right behind him. Look, you can't go, he will kill me if you go, she said as she strayed off a bit. I have a baby back home, whatever it is you're trying to do here, stop, I said as I stepped around her. I walked to the door, but I could feel something deep inside, as if it were urging me of something. Come on, T, Frederick hollered from outside. But I couldn't take another step, something keeping me in. I told you, you can't leave unless he says so, she said again before turning around. My heart picked up a pace at the realization that I was trapped. No way out. Come on, let's go, Darian then screamed. I can't get out, I hollered out before a deep voice sounded out behind me. Where do you think you're going? A deep, husky voice asked. Before I could turn around to face the man himself, the front door slammed in my face without it being touched, shutting me on the inside, with my brothers on the outside. My heart was pounding against my chest as my brothers began to bang on the door. They were trying to open it with no luck, the door just wouldn't budge. I reached up to touch the knob only for it to shock me. A warning telling me I wasn't leaving this place. You can't leave, the deep voice said again. I finally found the courage to turn around to face whoever was behind me. I slowly turned around, and a very muscular man who towered over me stood there smiling with his pearly white teeth. He had tattoos down his arms that wrapped in circles across his chest. He had dark hair that matched Elias's, and striking green eyes that resembled my own. He had the smell of my mother, but yet another smell that lingered on him, which reminded me of Lucy in a way. I honestly couldn't quite put my finger on it. I'm sorry, Mandy said as she rushed out of the room quickly. Don't mind her, she is a little sensitive, he said with a wink. I guess you must be Tristan, I finally said once I found the courage to speak. Hello, little sister, his husky voice said with a slightness of amusement lingering in his words. Ezra's POV. Tegan never disconnected the call. All I heard when the line connected was, "How may I help you?" from a feminine voice before the line went static and then muffled. But not once did it disconnect. Did she accidentally call? Or did she want me listening in? I wasn't sure, and I wasn't going to take a chance, so I decided to mute myself and remain on the phone to listen. I was at home working in the office while Elias was happily playing on the floor in his playmat, entertaining himself with his toys. I put the phone on speaker and continued to work while trying to listen in on what was being said. I couldn't hear much because of how muffled the background sounds were. However, what little I was able to hear sounded like Tegan questioning someone. It seemed as if she were suspicious of something, but I couldn't hear enough of the conversation to really know what she was suspicious about or why. All of a sudden, what felt like panic coursed through my body. I immediately knew it was Tegan's feelings. However, all that could be heard were still the muffled sounds of talking. The deepness of the voice that I could hear sounded like another man's voice. What happened that sent her into a panic? Suddenly, clear as day, I heard Tegan's voice. Ezra, can you hear me? I can't leave this house. He is holding me hostage. My brothers can't get back in. With her words, panic now coursed through my body. Oh, you have someone on the phone. Not that it will make a difference or help you any. The deep voice said. It was clear and unmuffled. Suddenly, what sounded like a struggle occurred before the line disconnected, ending our call. Tegan! I screamed out loud, startling Elias, which made him erupt in a fit of tears. My office door swiftly opened, revealing none other than Lucy herself. Right behind her, my beta Uriah entered. "What's going on?" he hollered the question as Lucy examined me. "It was a trap, wasn't it?" Lucy asked, making me look over at her. "What?" I asked, unsure how she came to that conclusion. It all just fell into her lap. I've been racking my brain trying to figure out why her father just so happened to know she was calling about her mother, let alone a brother that none of them even knew about. She never gave Drake a hint, so why would he assume after all these years she'd be randomly calling about Marcy and her unknown brother? It all sounded too good to be true. Why wouldn't you bring this to our attention? Tegan was so involved in wanting answers, she would never have listened. So I took matters into my own hands while she looked into something I knew she wouldn't let go of. "What do you mean by taking matters into your own hands?" Uriah asked the question that was at the tip of my tongue. "Follow me, I'll show you," she said as she quickly exited the room. I picked up Elias and followed her out. After dropping him off with my mother, Lucy took us down a dark hallway, a part of the pack house that was off limits to people, mostly because it was under renovations. We walked for some time before she stopped in front of the big double doors. She swished her hand, air coming from out of nowhere, pushing the double doors open, revealing 3 people tied to chairs in chains. I rushed to them quickly. As I grabbed the chains, they immediately burned my skin. "Yeah, that wasn't smart. They're silver chains coated in wolfsbane," she said, taking a seat on a chair that sat across from them. "What are you doing, Lucy? You can't just torture guests." "Sure I can. Especially after what I was able to get from them," she said with a smile. "You'll be happy they're chained and in pain once you hear what I've heard. Trust me." "Trust you? How can I trust you when you've clearly lost your damn mind? You took Tegan's father, stepmother, and stepsister as hostages, torturing them." "True, but for good reason. Do explain," I said in an exhausted voice. "Should I tell him or would you like to?" she asked, looking at the 3 of them, whose mouths were bonded. "Do you seriously have them gagged with fucking sex toys?" I asked in disbelief. "I didn't have anything else," she replied with a shrug as she removed a ball gag from Allie's mouth. "Go on, sweetheart, tell him what you told me." "Bite me," she screamed in retaliation. "I thought we already covered that I am a biter?" Lucy responded with a giggle. "Lucy, I don't have time for this. My mate is stuck somewhere and I need to get to her." "Yeah, I know, which is why you need to hear what they have to say," she responded as she removed Jesse's ball gag. "Are you more willing to talk? Try to remember I don't mind hurting either of you if you choose to remain silent." Jesse's lip quivered before words finally left her mouth. "He approached us first. We didn't know that Marcy was even alive," she nearly screamed. "What are you talking about?" I asked cautiously. "The handsome man? He came to us offering money if we got Tegan to find him. He gave us a tote of papers. He said she'd know how to find him. All we had to do was tell the truth." I was confused at first until fear crossed Drake's face. He insisted that Darian or Frederick couldn't know. He said he'd pay us well. "You fucking gave my mate to a damn stranger for money again." "I gave y'all plenty of fucking money for her contract, you greedy motherfuckers," I raged as my body involuntarily moved forward in anger. "Told you that you'd be glad they're tied up and in pain," Lucy's voice said. "Where is my mate?" I asked in a full-blown rage. He swore she wouldn't be hurt. They're siblings after all, Jessie pleaded. Not that we care either way, Allie's smart mouth said for the last time. My blinded rage took over as I approached her. That ice the last time you disrespect your queen, I screamed as I took her head between my hands, snapping her neck on the spot. Her neck bobbed to the side when I let go, making Jessie scream out in horror. My baby, she hollered, as Drake's eyes bulged from his sockets with fear. Tell me what I want to know or you're next. I have no use for useless fucking mutts, I screamed out. Damn, Iz, I didn't know you had it in you, Lucy said as she crossed one leg over the other, sitting there amused. I don't know, she said with a shaky breath. If you don't know, then I have no use for you, I said before snapping her neck also. Holy shit, East 2 of the 3? I was so looking forward to those kills, Lucy said as she stood up. Good thing one is left, her voice said as she glided her finger across Drake's face, leaving a cut in its wake. Tears freely flowed down his face at the realization that he was not going to make it out alive. He lives, I said with finality. Relief flooded his face. At least for now, once I'm done, you can do whatever you want with this useless waste of space, I said with anger in my tone. Same question, where is my fucking mate? I asked in a deep authoritative voice. His entire demeanor immediately changed to fear again. Ezra's POV, I was full of rage. How dare this arrogant man do this to his biological child not once but twice and feel guilty only once he knows her mother is still alive. But not enough guilt to tell her what he was doing. He not only betrayed her, he betrayed his sons. I don't even want to begin thinking about the betrayal he has caused the kingdom. He would die for this. I told Lucy she could do the honor, but only once Tegan was safe at home. We don't know Tristan or what he was capable of. We also don't know if he was already affected by Iblis's sick ways. In the end, Tegan may want to kill her father herself. But I wouldn't allow that. She may hate him, but the guilt she'd carry after something like that would be hard to mentally recover from. Therefore, Lucy may be the best option for killing Drake. They were all useless when it came to knowing where she was located, Lucy said. So they blindly accepted a deal from a man they had no way of knowing if he was who he said he was, and then failed to get any information out of him at all. I replied in disbelief. I couldn't wrap my brain around the situation. Not only were we in the middle of a possible war threat from Iblis, but my mate was now missing, being held hostage by a man we knew nothing about. Was Tristan working with Iblis? If he wasn't working with Iblis, then why was he holding my mate hostage? And better yet, what did he want with just Tegan? We need answers, and seeing how he can't speak, go ahead and untie him, I said to Lucy. She used her powers to untie the chains, so that neither her or I had to touch the wolfsbane-coated silver chains. Once the chains fell to the floor, Drake sighed in relief. His skin had bubbled blisters all across where the chains were wrapped tightly around him. The sight was unpleasant, but then again he deserved far worse for what he had done. He made his bed the moment he decided to plot against the queen. His poor excuse of her being his daughter meant nothing to me, nor would it mean anything to those who actually cared about her. She is not only an independent, fully grown wolf who is no longer under his care, but she is also the queen of all werewolves, and that trumps any poor excuse he could ever come up with. Alpha King, the Luna Queen's brothers have returned and have asked to speak with you. They say it's urgent. A mind link came through from a guard that was stationed at the borders. Send them to the renovation wing in the pack house. I mind linked back. I needed answers, and I need them now. I knew they had nothing to do with what went down, but maybe them being here would make Drake more willing to spill what he knew. After a few minutes, I could hear them talking as they walked down the hall. I went ahead and sent Uriah out to get them. When they walked in, they looked baffled. As they should. It looked like a horror story. Their father was still seated with blisters that weren't healing all over his body due to the wolfsbane. while their stepmother and stepsister were still chained next to him, dead. If they weren't surprised by the scene, then I'd assume they were guilty too. "What the hell happened?" Frederick asked in disbelief. "Ask Daddy dearest," his mate Lucy responded instead. Frederick and Darian's eyes both cut over to Drake, still not sure what was happening. "Where is Tegan?" I asked again, more aggressively than before. They almost looked as scared as their father. It was an open-ended question. It was meant for Drake, of course, but they wouldn't know that since they're the ones that returned without her. We couldn't get in. The doors magically slammed, and it was as if the doors were sealed shut. No amount of force was even budging it. "We couldn't even break it down," Darian finally said. "The question wasn't for you," I replied, never even looking at him. "I couldn't penetrate the doors either," Frederick quickly responded, thinking I was still talking to them. "It was meant to be that way. You weren't meant to free her or get back in," I said, looking back at Drake. "Isn't that right, Drake?" I asked, making both of the brothers look over at their father. "What is he talking about?" Darian asked his father. Drake's eyes moved between the brothers. You could tell that he didn't think this would fall back on him. Did he really think he could sell my mate and get away with it? "Lucy, please fill the Declan brothers in on your discoveries." I could do the honor of telling them what she had learned, but I was still seething, and wasn't sure how much longer I could keep myself composed. Allowing her to speak instead would give me the chance to calm myself enough to refrain from ripping his throat out right here and now. After Lucy was done explaining her findings, I could see anger in Frederick's eyes. Darian looked upset, but nothing like Frederick did. "How fucking could you? We don't even know if he was our brother!" he raged as he approached his father, punching him square in the nose. A crack could be heard before blood poured down his face. "You'll pay for this. She could be hurt, or they could be torturing her like they did our mother. But you don't give a fuck about anyone but your damn self. I hope they end your pathetic life. You're no father of mine," he raged as he rushed out the door, tears threatening to fall from the brim of his eyes. I looked over at Lucy. She wasn't much of a sentimental person, but surely she knew that he needed her. He found out that his mother was alive and tortured, that he had an older brother that nobody knew existed, and that his father sold his only sister to a stranger. He needed his mate for more than one reason. That is a lot for one person to endure in such a short amount of time. "Fine. I'll go," she said as she huffed out a breath, following Frederick out. Once she was out of the room, Darian looked over at me before speaking. "So what now? Now we need to get answers. I want to know everything he knows. I don't have time for his petty games." "I will go get Helena and we will do a memory spell. She can pull out all of his memories and put them on display for us all to see. I'm over the lies, the bullshit, and him." "Then what? Once I have all I need, he will be useless to me. So, he dies? You'd rather he lived after all he has done?" I asked in disbelief. "He is my father. I've killed for less than what he has done. He had better be glad I need answers. Otherwise he would have already been dead for what he has done to the Queen." It was like my words clicked in his head, as if Darian had forgotten his sister was the queen of all werewolves. The room was quiet while he registered my words. "He won't die until Tegan faces him. Once she is rescued, she can decide his fate as he keeps trying to decide hers," I explained, breaking the silence. Tegan's POV. For some reason my powers weren't working. It was as if the house was some form of magical vortex that wouldn't allow me to use my own gifts. And my brother was being anything but gentle. "Let's get this shit over with," his rough voice echoed out. "What do you want?" I asked as he pulled me down what seemed to be a never-ending hallway. "I don't want shit, there is nothing you can do for me," he responded more aggressively than necessary. "What is your fucking problem?" I asked as I stopped in my tracks, yanking my arm from his grasp. "Where do I even start?" he asked with a laugh. "How about what the hell you want with me, and why you've taken me hostage?" I am only doing what I was instructed to do. Nothing more, nothing less. By Iblis? I asked, praying to the goddess he didn't get to him first. But I had a feeling he got to him long before I ever even knew of his existence. By the only family I'll ever need, my father. He spat out hatefully. Please tell me you're not saying what I think you're saying. My heart felt like it was in the pit of my stomach. Surely I wasn't hearing what I thought I was hearing. Follow me, he said as his eyes dilated. An overwhelming urge coursed through my body, wanting to obey his commands. What is happening? Why can't I stop myself from following? Because I compelled you to follow. Neat trick, huh? He responded with a laugh. Why are you doing this? I asked again as my body involuntarily followed him down the hall. Because why not? He replied with a laugh but avoided answering the question yet again. Why me? Why not Darion or Frederick or even all three of us? Because they are useless. He only wants you, he replied in a huff. Iblis, that sick fucking monster. When will he stop? He took my mom when I was born, making us think for all these years she was dead. He erased her memories by torture. Then he sends her to kill me, revealing to us that we have a brother we never knew about. Just to trap me to do the same shit he did to my mother, to me. I screamed as tears rushed down my face. I felt so useless. My gifts were all I was leaning on to save me, and they were useless here. I was about to meet the same fate my mother did, leaving my son to think his mother had died. I cannot let history repeat itself in any way, shape, or form. I had to get out of here. I had to get home to my son. Why did I have a need to search for a long-lost brother? It was all too good to be true. It fell into our laps so easily. Why did I believe that this would end well? I don't know what you're rambling on about, nor do I care, he said with an eye roll as we approached a door at the end of the hall. He opened the door, pushing me forward. I couldn't tell where we were, but what I did know was we weren't in that house anymore. We were somewhere entirely different. As if it really was a magical vortex taking me into another dimension altogether. Was he taking me where I thought he was? But that wasn't possible. There was no way I could enter the underworld, or for them to leave the underworld without the key opening the door, right? Where are we? I asked as fear bubbled in my belly. You sure ask a lot of questions. Quite frankly, it's annoying, he responded hatefully. You'd also be asking questions if you had no idea what was going on. And why are you so damn hateful? What did I ever do to you? I asked in a fit of rage. You were born, he screamed as his eyes flickered between green and red. His words hurt me, even if I didn't know him. Just add him to the list of my family that thinks the same of me. I don't know why I expected you to be any different from the rest of them. Boo-hoo, cry about it, he said, as he placed both of his hands and fists below each eye, moving them back and forth, mimicking the crybaby hand gesture. I hate him, I don't even know him, and I hate him. This was the worst idea. Why must I always give in to the idea that any of my family would ever accept and love me? Of course Iblis sent my mother to me, knowing I would try to save her. He knew that once her desire to kill was gone, she would be left with the only memory he allowed her to keep. He also knew I would search for answers. It was his master plan all along. How idiotic must I have been to ever think that he didn't already know about Tristan. He tortured my mother, and apparently was her lover too. I was in over my head, and all I could do was listen to what I was told to do. I still hadn't replied or said a word after the realization that he was too far gone to even try to reason with or get answers from him. Once we were in another room, he made me sit in a chair where he chained my wrists to the chair's armrest and my ankles to the chair's legs. I don't see this as necessary when you can compel me to cooperate, I said in a low voice. Still not wanting to speak to him, but also needing to voice my opinion. It's more fun this way, he said with a laugh as he tightened the chain even more, making me hiss out in pain. You look just fucking like her, it's sickening, he then said as he backed away. I don't know what he told you, But there is nothing sickening about our mother. He didn't have to tell me a thing. She abandoned me to live with weak humans who couldn't handle me. She didn't care, but he found me and he cared. Oh, I'm sure he did. You benefited him. If you didn't, he wouldn't give a fuck about you. She placed you away from this world in hopes of protecting you from this life right here. Her attempt to save you may have failed, but that doesn't mean she didn't care about you. She abandoned you too. Why take up for her? Yeah, she abandoned me. She even withheld my identity from me, just as she did you. But at least I know she did it to protect me. I don't know what Iblis has told you, but he is the reason she was taken from us. And he is the reason she felt the need to hide you. My father has been nothing but helpful in guiding me with my gifts. He has shown me what it is to live. She, however, could rot in hell. She is already, thanks to your fucking daddy, living the same tortured memory. Serves her right. She deserves worse for abandoning her children. Get out of my face, I screamed as the doors pushed open, revealing none other than Iblis himself. Fancy seeing you here. His deep, vile voice echoed around the room, making my heart pound against my chest. What do you fucking want from me? I screamed the question in pure rage. Ezra's POV. I was running out of time. I had to find her before Iblis did to her what he had done to others, including her mother. All I could think about was how big of a trap this was, and how I allowed it to happen. Of course I knew she wouldn't listen. I tried telling her why I didn't want her to go, but she insisted, with her gifts and her alpha brothers, that she would be safe. Yet here we were experiencing what I was terrified of happening. She was stuck in this house with a man we knew about, and was without either brother there to help her. I tried calling her multiple times, but each time the call went straight to voicemail. We were waiting patiently for Helena to arrive so we could extract what information Drake knew out of his mind, and then so we could locate Tegan. I'm here, she hollered as she approached the room. I had to make a pit stop to grab some of Tegan's belongings, so that I can do a locator spell once we have all the information we need from Shit for Brains over here, Helena said as she dropped some stuff on the table she had gotten from our room. Thank the goddess, he has been pacing forever now, Lucy said in a bored tone. She may have seemed uninterested in her poker face, but she was worried about Tegan like we all were. If she weren't, she wouldn't have gone through the trouble of torturing Tegan's family for information. Let's get started, shall we? I asked, approaching the table where Helena had tossed all the items. We need to find her quickly, I said in a rushed tone. Ezra, I realize how time-sensitive this is, but we have to know what we are going into. I have to get what information Drake is withholding before we go after her. I know we have to find her, that's a no-brainer, but we also need to know what we are walking into beforehand, Helena's soft voice said. As reasonable as that is, King was not happy about this at all. He would rush into war with no information on what we were up against for his mate, just as I would. But I also understood that this wasn't just about Tegan. It was far greater than just her and I. Helena mixed a few ingredients into a small bowl before smashing it down. She then plucked a strand of hair off of Drake's head before mixing it with the bowl's contents. Once it was all mixed thoroughly, she took the bowl over to him. He tried shutting his mouth firmly, not wanting us to give him the potion. Open your mouth before I force it open by breaking your jaw. Trust me when I say I don't give a fuck how much pain you endure before you die today, I said as hatefully as I could. His lip quivered, making Darian turn his head to not watch. He may not approve, but he had no other choice after what his father had done. Darian and Drake were a lot alike whether he wanted to admit it or not, so watching his father go through this was a challenge. It could have easily been him if the tables had been turned and he had been offered what Drake was offered. Would he have taken it? Probably. Which is why I knew Darian was taking it as hard as he was. Because they were one and the same. At least now Darian knows we don't tolerate those who cross us, family included. Helena got the contents down his throat, even through his gags. After a few minutes his head began to sway back and forth. He is ready. He may not be able to talk, but go ahead and ask him anything. His brain will involuntarily show the questioner images and memories that relate to the question. Make sure it's specific so we get the correct memories. I wasn't sure how this worked, but I had no time to waste, so I jumped right in. When Tristan came to you with a deal to take Tegan, what exactly did he say? Drake's head snapped back and forth while he tried to fight the potion, but he wasn't strong enough to resist it. Suddenly, I was pulled into his mind. It felt like it did while in the dreamscape. I could hear and see everything, but nobody could see me. It was like I was actively in his memory, watching a play-by-play. I apologize in advance, my husband does not have the ability to speak. But that is why I am here. How could we be of assistance? Jesse's sultry voice asked. I have a proposition I know neither of you can resist. It was the same voice that I heard over the phone with Tegan. We're listening, Jesse responded. I'm willing to offer a deal, he said as he slid over a piece of paper. Jesse picked it up and gasped. That's a lot of zeros. What could we possibly offer for this amount of cash? She said as she looked from the paper to Tristan. I need his daughter, he answered with a shrug. Done. Allie would be thrilled to be mated with you. Jesse nearly hollered in excitement. I didn't say I wanted that mutt. I need his daughter, not yours, he answered, making Jesse flinch in response. Tegan? We already sold her, she responded with arrogance. I don't want to fuck her. I want her powers, he said as his eyes shifted to a deep red. She is mated to the king of all werewolves, including you. How exactly do you expect us to double-cross him, and live to see that money? Easy, just follow my plan. Once the plan is in place, get the hell out of Dodge. Don't return home, you can go anywhere. I suggest Maui, but that's your call to make. You receive the money when I receive the girl. Her eyes looked over to me, which I assume was Drake, since it was his memory. She then looked back at Tristan before speaking again. You have yourself a deal, Jesse said, reaching over to shake his hand. I was suddenly pulled out of his mind and back to reality. Where is he keeping Tegan at now? I asked my next question as he shook his head back and forth, still trying to fight the potion. I was now back in a memory, looking down at a paper in my hand. It had instructions on what he was to do. Deliver the tote and make it seem like Marcy's life search to locate her long-lost son. If Tegan needs help, get her to see what she needs so that she can locate her brother's childhood home. Convince her that he is the key to helping if she chooses not to pursue. Make sure she goes to the house and goes inside. Once she is inside of the home, the money will be wired to you. Get out while you can. I was once again pulled back to reality. He didn't have time to escape. Lucy had already taken them all hostage before Tegan ever even entered the home. She must still be at that house. It's spelled to hold her in. Which means we have to break the spell to get in. Lucy, make sure you grab Drake. I don't want anyone but you guarding him, he can't escape. Helena, please bring the other stuff in case we need it. Everyone else, let's go save our queen, I said as I began to walk out the room. Tegan's POV Blease sat across from me, not saying a word, only staring deep into my eyes. I felt like he was looking into my soul with how focused he was on me. I was becoming a bit uncomfortable. I knew he wanted my son, but why go through all this trouble to get me? I wasn't the key he had been searching for, so why? I looked over to see Tristan messing around with what I thought was a knife. He was using it to pick at his nails, like he was cleaning them. So he thinks his mother abandoned him. How convenient, I said, looking back at Iblis. That's what she did she not? She made the choice to give him a better life so that he was protected from you, I screamed in anger. Look where that got her. Speaking of good old Marcy, how is she doing? He asked with a laugh. You should know, you're the one that ruined her. I spat back as hatefully as I could. All I did was offer her a life free of worry. You tortured her. You fried her brain so badly that all she can remember is the need to protect a son who she never should have tried protecting in the first place, I yelled, as I looked over at Tristan. He had his head cocked to the side as he studied me, not uttering a word. What? Now that Daddy Dearest is here, you have nothing to say? I asked angrily. There is nothing to say. Marcy abandoned me, she didn't care. My father rescued me from arrogant humans. Simple as that. His arrogance was becoming infuriating. I saved my mother from the constant need of wanting to kill, and yet all she talks about is you. Imagine that. She gave you away to protect you from becoming him, and then she gave herself away to protect me from him, for a reason. At least one of us will honor her. His eyes told me that my words took him by surprise, and yet look where you are. Clearly, not in the same position or league as me. He answered with anger. Alright children, enough with the bickering, it's time we got down to the real reason we brought you here. Iblis interrupted our arguing, making me even more pissed that Tristan got the last word. Yes, it was petty to want the last word, but come on, he deserves a slap in the face for his ignorance. He doesn't know any better. He was 6 when Iblis took him in. Iblis and what he has said is all he knows, Gemma said in my head. I sighed out loud before looking at my half-brother. I wished I had known of him sooner, not that I was in any kind of place to help him. Hell, I was a damsel in distress not even a full year ago myself. But something inside of me wished I could have saved him from the life he had with Iblis. He seems well kept together, but people who have been through the worst tend to have a hard exterior to hide their pain. I would know. What do you want from me, Iblis? I asked, although I was already sure I knew the answer. Your son. Don't worry, he will grow up to be every bit of a good man like his uncle, he replied, lying through his teeth. My eyes cut over to Tristan, whose face was scrunched in confusion. You're a mom? He asked, looking back at me. You had no idea of his true intentions, did you? I asked, baffled at the situation. Why would you want to take an infant child away from his mother? Especially when you have no relation to that child? He asked, looking over at Iblis. Do I ask why you do the things you do? He responded with a hint of dominance lingering in his tone. No, I don't. I don't ask why you sleep with women then hurt them. I also didn't ask why you insisted on capturing your own biological sister when knowing she could be tortured. So why ask why I do what I do? He is a toddler, Tristan responded flatly. A mere body that will give me all I need as the underground ruler. You want that too, which is why you captured your sister. You said the key had to be sacrificed. I sat there listening to them going on back and forth as I struggled against the chains with no luck. Did you think she was the key? Iblis asked, amused. Oh, I see. Jealous of the little sister for having a life, and so you were willing to hand her over for a sacrifice. But now that it's her child, you feel some type of way? My heart felt as if it were being torn in half. I may not know him. Hell, I just learned of his existence. But for some reason it hurt knowing he wanted me dead. It hurt knowing that he didn't have a single ounce of care that his little sister, even if he didn't know me, was possibly going to be sacrificed. He can't be no more than 2, Tristan responded. He isn't even 1 yet. I raged in anger. He is a fucking infant. He hasn't even lived. How could a person not have a single care in the world for an adult human life? But when it came to a child, they fumed at the idea. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy he isn't on board with Iblis's sick plan. But how fucked up could a person really be to have this kind of mindset? You were willing to kill his mother only a few moments prior. Taking her away from her infant son, just like your mother was taken from, well, all of you. Iblis replied with a laugh. How could you do something so heinous? Tristan then asked. Because I am not weak like you. I will do whatever needs to be done to free the underworld. As my heir, their future leader, you should be willing to do what needs to be done as well. This is what it takes to be their true king, Iblis screamed. Killing an innocent? He asked with anger laced in his tone. Killing anyone who stands in your way, Iblis answered as he raised his hands in the air, making the fire from the torches rise with his power. What makes you think she will ever give you her son? Oh, she won't. But torturing her will give me a view into her mind, to see the easiest way to take him. You plan to do to me what you did to our mother to find Tristan? I finally asked. And you? He answered with a smirk. I'm willing to do whatever it is that I need to do to retrieve what I want. He then said. I looked over at Tristan, who looked equally concerned. When his eyes connected with mine, a hint of regret lingered in them. I will make this right. I will fix this. A sudden mind link came through in his voice, startling me. How the fuck was he able to mind link me? We weren't from the same pack. Hell, he wasn't from a pack at all, so how did he do that? Ezra's POV. I rushed around, making sure that with all of us leaving it wouldn't affect the safety of Elias. I ensured that he was protected in many ways. I had my guards on high alert with Tanner guarding him personally. I also had Helena cast a spell to protect him with her magic. Then, to be extra cautious, I ensured that he and my mother were in the safe room before I left. Luckily, the safe room was completely stocked with everything that either of them could need, and I didn't plan on being gone long. But I couldn't take the chance of a sneak attack on my kingdom, so that Iblis could take my son while I was trying to get Tegan back. I had to make sure he was safe before rescuing his mom. Once everything was in order with Elias, it was time to make a move. Did you get everything? I asked Helena as we started to load up. I believe so. You do realize that this isn't just going to be a rescue mission, right? She asked with concern on her face. I knew what I was getting into, but that wasn't going to stop me. It was bound to happen eventually. I guess we will just bring war on him, underprepared or not. He asked for it by taking my maid hostage. Of course, there is always a chance that this had nothing to do with Iblis, but in reality, all the signs pointed toward him. I know, but our hand was forced, I stated bluntly, while she shook her head in agreement. Once we were all loaded in the cars, we started to head to the house that Tegan was trapped in. What the fuck? Frederick yelled very loudly as we pulled into a run-down abandoned house that was boarded up. You could tell that it was foreclosed at some point, and then, over the course of the years, it had been broken into, neglected and forgotten. The grass was overgrown to where you couldn't see the sidewalk. It had vines growing up the side of the house, wrapping around the broken gutters. It looked like a picture-perfect horror house. In other words, very abandoned. Are you sure you went to the right address? Darian asked, confused. Same exact one. I don't understand. Frederick responded while looking completely confused. We all got out of the vehicle. Helena walked over, rotating her hand in the air. Magic was used, she said as she approached the rundown house. A lot of it. She then said as she touched the front door. What changed? Uriah finally spoke up. They must not be here any longer. I assumed that once they left, the magic hold disappeared with their departure. She answered as she pushed the door. With ease, it slowly creaked open. When we walked over the threshold of the doorway, a chilling breeze wafted past. Chills ran down my arms, leaving goosebumps in its wake. I looked around the room, but all that was there were broken steps leading upstairs, cobwebs and dirt. There was furniture that was scattered and thrown around as if someone had ransacked the house. Graffiti was all along every wall, symbols that I didn't realize normal humans would know. These markings are witchcraft, dark magic to be exact, Helena said as she ran her hand along the walls. Do you think it was him? I asked curiously. It could be people, probably humans, that want to be supernatural beings. The ones that call themselves witches, thinking they are doing magic. They could have found these online, not really knowing what it was they were drawing. What were they drawing? I knew it was witchcraft, of course, but I had no way of knowing what kind or what it meant. This here, is a symbol used to summon a demon," she said as she ran her hand across the lines. To most people it was a bunch of squiggly lines, but to a trained eye they could spot exactly what it symbolized. So someone summoned the underworld? Someone created a bridge between worlds in this house, but it will only allow certain demons to go through it, she said, looking at the symbols that were drawn next to one another. In other words, this house is a gateway to the underworld. I don't have the best feeling about this, Lucy said as she started down the hallway. What do you mean? Frederick asked, confused. I just don't have a very good feeling about this place. Something is telling me I shouldn't be here, while another part of me is telling me this is exactly where I need to be, she responded while she continued to walk down the hallway anyway. Lucy, honey, where are you going? Helena asked as we all followed behind her. I have to follow it, she replied, confusing us all. Follow what? Frederick then asked. The voices. Do y'all not hear the voices? She was beginning to worry me. What voice was she talking about? All I could hear was the howling of the night wind rushing through the broken windows. Lucy dear, what supernatural being was your father? Helena then asked. Why is that relevant? I asked as we continued to follow Lucy down the long hallway. It could make all the difference to what she is hearing, Helena responded before looking back over at Lucy as she continued down the hall. Lucy dear, what kind of supernatural being was your father? She then asked her again. Daddy was an ordinary wolf, she replied, but she seemed to be in some type of haze. I have a feeling her father was no ordinary wolf, Helena said, looking over at me. Just then Lucy came to a halt, while looking at a door that had more drawings on it. Helena stepped forward to examine the door a little. She turned to look at me with a look of horror on her face. This is it, she said with a hint of bewilderment. It is what? I asked, a little confused by her behavior. This is the gateway to the underworld, so if we destroy it, does that help us keep them from entering this realm? I asked with a new sense of purpose. Fine, okay, Lucy randomly said as she reached for the doorknob, turning it. A spark occurred before sounds whooshed out, the door pushing open with force as black smoke poured from behind it. It was pouring out as it seeped into the house's vents and quickly dispersed. Close the door! Helena screamed as she began to try to push the door shut, but the smoke was overpowering even her. Help me close the door, she then screamed in a completely panicked voice. I rushed to her side as I began to push the door closed, but it hardly felt like I was affecting the door at all, like the magnitude of the hold was keeping it open. Push harder, Helena screamed. Lucy was standing there stuck in the same haze I noticed before. Lucy, use your powers and shut this door, she screamed out again, snapping Lucy out of whatever it was she was in. When she approached the door, the familiar sound of a male's voice hollered out from the other side. Wait, don't shut it! As the doors began to close, I caught a glimpse of red hair running towards us. Was that who I thought it was? Ezra's POV. As she made it to the door, it slammed shut. Helena began to speak in Latin as she waved her hands around the door. We have to open it back up, I screamed in horror at the fact we had just shut my mate in on the other side of the door. We can't, Ezra, we cannot let more out, Helena said in a sorrowful tone. Tegan was right at the door. We can't leave her there. I raged as my wolf surfaced. She will understand, Ezra. She was the one who didn't want the gates opened, to begin with. Not if that means she will be stuck there. I could feel the anger surfacing. How could she think like that? This was Tegan we were talking about, not just some random person. We will find another way. Until then, I will remain here and keep the door closed the best I can. Y'all need to go track down my sister. When we get here on our side, we need to figure out how to remove Tegan from the underworld, without releasing any more demons than we already have. Once we have my sister and Tegan, then we can completely close the gateway. I couldn't process a single word she was saying. Tegan was trapped in the underworld with no protection. How could she act like this was normal, and leave Tegan until we found a way to extract her? I did not want to leave this house until my mate was safe in my arms. I'm so sorry, Lucy said, a shocked look across her face. I didn't know. What does this mean? I asked, looking over at Helena. It means Iblis's key was under his nose the entire time, and he didn't even know it. What about Elias? I don't think we have to worry about Elias being his target anymore, she said, looking over at Lucy. But the prophet said a rightful born leader was the key. How did Lucy open the gates? I asked, confused. That's the part I am confused about too, Helena replied, before looking at Lucy. I just heard people saying, "Help me. Let me out, I'm burning." And I felt this overwhelming urge to help, Lucy replied, looking at the door. Do y'all not hear them? They're still screaming. Honey, only you can hear them because you're the key. They are trying to escape their fate of being doomed in hell, Helena said as she placed a hand on her shoulder. Lucy, was your father a leader? Was he like a second born of a leader or anything? She asked, never removing her hand. No, he was a normal, ordinary wolf. Looks like someone is lying, Darian said, speaking up finally. My mother lied and used magic to cover up my heritage. But that heritage came from her, not him, Lucy said defensively. I don't see a born leader coming from only one gene. It would need to be from both mother and father, Helena said while rubbing her face with her hand. The banging on the door continued. The demons on the other side were trying to escape now that the gate had been breached. I'm not sure how strong my magic is. We will need to discuss this at a later time. For now, we need to get in touch with Helga and figure out how to get Tegan out without allowing more demons to escape. Helena is right. We will have to figure out why later. Right now we need to focus on getting Tegan out, and then to get that gate closed for good, I said, even though everything inside of me was begging them to open the door one more time to allow Tegan through. But I knew that wasn't rational. Tegan wouldn't agree if she knew that the demons were escaping too. The fewer demons out and about, the better. We have already released Goddess knows how many into the earth to terrorize the humans, which was something we were going to have to handle after we got the gate sealed. How do we locate Helga? I then asked, looking at Helena. If she isn't already at Iblis's side, then she may be on the family estate, Helena said. Isn't the family estate hidden by magic? I asked. It is. But I have an idea of how we can still reach her without anyone leaving. Anyone have a pen and paper? She asked, looking between all of us. Lucy pulled her bag out, handing over a pen and paper. What? Don't look at me like that. It's a habit to keep it in hand after losing my voice, she said nonchalantly as she handed Helena the pen and paper. Helena quickly wrote down something on the paper before crumbling it up and murmuring into the paper. The paper went ablaze before all that was left was ash. She got the message. She will be here soon, I'm sure of it, Helena said confidentially. So you're saying now we just sit here and wait? I asked, surprised. A moment ago she wanted us to go on a witch hunt, and now she wants us to sit there and wait for someone that may or may not show up. The only reason I was sending y'all out was to go find Helga, but I almost forgot about the easy summoning spell. Now that it's done, we just need to be patient. Nobody has to leave. I suddenly felt antsy. At first I didn't want to leave, but now I felt completely useless just sitting there and waiting. I can't sit around and wait for her when I could be doing something useful. I'm not sure we will find much without Helga's help. The legend is so old that I only found one person willing to give even small details. However, Helga has indulged in this life for so long that I believe she is the one person who will have the most answers. We know that she is the other sister witch, and we also now know we have the key. The gates opened, yes, but from what we knew, it was going to open regardless. We just need to get it closed now. The only way we will get that closed is if Helga is on our side. Plus, if anyone is going to know how to get Tegan out, it's her, Helena explained. She had a point, but sitting there waiting only made me feel like I was doing nothing. Anything is better than nothing. I have to do something. I can't just sit here. Just sitting here is the best option at this point. There is no way to locate another door without powerful dark magic. A magic I can't access, therefore, we need Helga. There is no getting around it, I know that now, she said as the door rattled some more. She quickly placed her hand on it, murmuring in Latin once more before a bright light flashed, resealing it again. I'm not sure how much longer this magic will hold. The more they retaliate, the easier it will become to break the binding spell, Helena said with a horrified look on her face. This is all my fault, I shouldn't have listened to the voices, Lucy then said as she sat on the ground, her head between her knees. If I wasn't so ignorant, Tegan would have been able to walk out that door without allowing a single demon out. Now she is stuck, and the only door we know about is an open gateway. We needed to find another door, but we also needed to keep this one sealed. We were in an uphill battle, and I wasn't sure how this would end. Especially when Iblis finds out that the gate to the underworld has been unsealed, and his key is Lucy. What are we going to do to protect Lucy from him once he finds out? Tegan's POV. The door slammed shut right before I could reach it. I couldn't help but feel helpless. My freedom was right there, and yet, I couldn't take it. I placed my hand on the door as the shadows around me banged against the closed door. What happened? I asked breathlessly. The gate has been opened, Tristan replied, shock evident on his face. But, how? It felt like everything inside of me was on the verge of breaking down. How did Elias get there? He was far too young to know how to turn a knob. How did Iblis do this when he was with us? We have to get out of here. When he wakes up he will want blood. Especially mine after betraying him, Tristan screamed as he pulled my arm. But the door, I hollered. It's right here. We can't get out, it's a gateway if it gets opened. If it opens to let us out, they get out too, he explained while looking around at all the smoky figures. We need to get out before my father wakes. When he does, he will know the seal is broken. This is the first place he is going to come to. We can't be here when he comes. How else are we supposed to protect this door? I countered. There is no protecting it, Tegan. It's a suicide mission. He will come and the door will reopen. We can't just run away. We have to at least try. Do you know what will happen if they escape? I asked, horrified that he would rather run than fight. It's a death wish, Tegan. We won't win. He no longer needs either of us. He has what he wants. Now we need to get out of the way. You expect me to just walk away? I realize you were raised here, this is all you know. But if they get out, the earth is doomed. Humans will be doomed. Everything will perish. You can't protect everyone. Right now, you have to protect yourself and your family. You're right, and most of which are right beyond those doors. They aren't going to leave. So neither will I. He will kill you, Tristan exclaimed dramatically. Then I die. I refuse to run and hide. I have to do something. He is too powerful, Tegan. You don't understand. I do understand, but it was my duty to keep this door closed and I failed. I refuse to continue to fail by allowing the underworld out. There is no stopping him now. You're signing your death certificate. I didn't help you escape him so that you could die. I haven't escaped, I am still in hell, and none of this would have happened if it weren't for you. I raged. I wasn't lying. He was the one who trapped me, took me beyond the doors, and was willing to sacrifice my life for his personal gain. I guess somewhere along the lines of finding out Iblis's true intentions, he gained a conscience, and decided to help me escape. Whatever. I am not going to sit around and wait for him to show up, because he will. I want to get as far away from him as I can, Tristan said as he began to walk away. So that's it then? You're just going to walk away? Yup. I am not suicidal. I'd prefer to live, to possibly find my mate and have a future. Can you live with yourself if the demons escape and terrorize the world? They aren't that bad, he said, stopping in his tracks. "I've lived with them my entire life. It won't make a difference." "Okay, let's say you meet your mate. Then a demon-possessed human sees her and kills her. Then what?" "That's not going to happen," he replied with finality. "How would you know? They are in hell for a reason. Demons don't want to live peacefully among the human race. They want to disrupt life and create chaos. They are the destruction of the world." "No, they aren't," he replied while turning around to face me again. "I am part demon." "And you were willing to sacrifice an innocent person, someone you didn't know," I pointed out. "That's different, is it? Last I checked it was evil. What if they wanted to kill her, for no good reason like you wanted to kill me?" "I had a reason. A bogus reason, but that's beside the point. You're not a full demon, you have humanity living inside of you. Which means that you feel guilt and remorse. They don't. They don't need a reason to kill. The gates of hell have been opened." "How do you expect us to stop them from rising?" he asked, making me think about the riddle. "When the dead rise, the living will fall. You look around, but there is no cure for it all." I repeated the words that had been stuck in my head. "Exactly. No cure. So wasting time bitching and arguing won't change that," he replied as he turned around to leave again. "We can't let the living fall, Tristan. It's our duty as protectors of the realm to protect them. I am no protector, I am the one who helped do this." He spoke in a soft voice while his head faced down in shame. "You're a tribal wolf, are you not?" "Yeah, the only male known of our kind, right?" "I guess. We don't know that for sure. As a tribal wolf we are created to balance the world's evil. We are to protect the living from the dead. Then why am I half demon, huh?" "Maybe she needed a warrior that could relate to them so that they listened," I said, not really knowing the answers. "I am supposed to be their next leader, yet none have ever treated me as such. None listen to me, they laugh in my face." His voice cracked with each word as he turned to face me. "Maybe you were born to lead us, not them," I said, trying to make sense of the situation. "Then who was born to lead them?" he asked, confused. "My daughter was," the voice of Iblis said, making us both look over to see him standing in the shadows. "It was her all along, how had I not seen it?" "I thought I was your only child," Tristan asked. "You were, up until I met her," he said with a smile. "I just never thought a female would ever be a rightful leader," he said with an amused face. "Who is it?" Tristan asked, now pissed off. "My key," he said with a smile. "Who opened the seal, Tegan?" Tristan asked, looking over at me. But I was just as clueless as he was. I was on the wrong side of the door to get that answer. "I don't know. I was with you," I replied honestly. "Now, what do I do with you two?" Iblis said, changing the subject. "Just kill us and get it over with," Tristan screamed. "Oh, but then I won't have the leverage I need. After your betrayal I should end your useless life." "But you're better to me alive than dead, at least for now," Iblis spat out with anger. "So what now?" I asked. I was still unable to use my gifts in this awful place, rendering me powerless against him. "Now I use you to lure my daughter here. Once she returns to her true home, I will have my rightful born leader, who just so happens to also be my key," he said with a smile as he wiggled his finger. The shadowy figures of the demons then disperse as they tightly wrap around both Tristan and I's bodies. My mind was thinking rapidly. I couldn't figure out who he was talking about. Who was his daughter? Who was with them that opened the gates of hell? Ezra's POV. I couldn't help but pace the floor. The answer to my problem was right in front of me, yet I knew I couldn't do it. Tegan wouldn't approve. So that is what I kept asking myself. What would Tegan do? I knew the answer wasn't opening that door to let more demons free, it was finding another way. There had to be another way. This couldn't be the only door that led to the underworld. "What do we do if your sister doesn't show up?" Darian asked, breaking the unbearable silence that took over the room. "She'll show," Helena answered confidently. "And what's the backup plan if she doesn't show up?" Frederick then asked. "We don't have a backup plan," she replied while looking at the ground. Of course I knew that. We hadn't really discussed it in detail with them though. Our plan wasn't exactly a well-thought-out plan. However, that was all we could come up with. Even after almost a year of searching, we still came up empty-handed. "Surely there are other sister witches that could help," Frederick responded. "Something we tried looking into, but, as with every other option, it was also a dead end. None that are willing to stand against Iblis," I said, finally speaking up. "We did try to find others who would be of assistance if we couldn't get Helga on our side. But as I said, nobody wanted to touch anything that had to do with Iblis and the legend. Plus, we only have one tribal wolf who also happens to be the key. I am not even sure she can assist with closing the gate. For us to officially close it, we have to touch it. However, as we just saw, if she touches it, the magic is unsealed immediately," Helena said, pointing out yet another problem. As if there weren't already enough. "So we have no tribal wolves that are able to close the gate and only one sister witch. So as it stands, Iblis has a major upper hand," Darian said before throwing his phone at the wall in anger. "I'm sorry," Lucy finally said again. I could tell her guilt was eating her alive, yet all she could do was sit there and apologize. "The damage is already done." "There was no way of knowing," Frederick said as he took a seat next to her, his hand gently rubbing circles on her arm for comfort. Silence overtook us again, as we all sat there waiting as patiently as we could. After a few hours had passed and multiple spells to hold the door, I began to lose what little hope I had left. "She isn't coming. What you're doing won't last much longer. I can tell it's taking a toll on you," I said, looking over at Helena. "Ah, my little sister doesn't seem to be as strong as she pretends to be." A throaty yet husky voice that added a layer of complexity and an alluring feeling to the atmosphere spoke out. We all turned to see a woman standing in the doorway of the hallway. Never once did I imagine her to be this beautiful. She didn't look a day over 25, which strong magic can do that to you. I guess it was hypocritical of me to think she would look like the idea of how a witch would be portrayed in books. Old, warty, wrinkly, and just ugly. She was, however, much different. She had long raven black hair, bright blue eyes and beautiful dark skin. I had seen her once before when Tegan was being sacrificed by that idiot Liam. However, I didn't get the opportunity to really look at her. She even looked far different from her sister. Helena looked like the age you'd expect her to be, whereas Helga looked much younger. Even though she was older, a lot older. We don't actually know their real age. I assume they were much older than we even expected, the perks of being witches. "You know why we summoned you, Helena answered, without engaging in Helga's bantering of power. "And you know where I stand, so why reach out?" she asked while blinking her eyes dramatically. "You have to know that it is wrong where you stand. There are people's lives at stake here. Humans? Who cares, they're a waste of space if you ask me," she said before looking over at Darian and winking. I sensed his discomfort, but he only stood there motionless and quiet. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, his heart rate was slowly spiking with each passing second. I wonder what was going through his mind. "There are more than humans at stake here, and you know it," Helena said. "Lives are the cost of true power. Which, nothing is going to stop me now, so what do you want?" "My sister's life is at stake," Darian said, stepping forward while placing his hand on her arm, making her slightly flinch from the contact. "Take your hand off of me, Wolf," Helga said in anger. "Your sister is not my concern, never has been." "So what do you care about if not innocent lives?" he asked, with a glimpse of sadness lingering in his eyes. "Absolutely nothing. I will only ever care about one thing and one thing alone, myself," she replied with hatred. Darian slowly removed his hand as he stepped back in response. "Try to remember that, Wolf. I will always choose myself, only me," she said again before looking back at Helena. "Is there something you can offer that's of greater use to me than Iblis has to offer?" she asked, looking at Helena a while longer before speaking again. "I didn't think so," she then said with a hint of laughter lingering in her tone. "Well, as fun as this was, it appears I have to get back to where I am needed. The gate is open after all. Now to just work on the next step," she said before turning to leave. What was the next step? What were they planning that went beyond what we knew? "So that's it? You're leaving just like that?" Darian asked, anger laced in his voice. She turned to look him in the eye for a moment, a crooked, creepy smile spreading across her face, before she finally chose to reply. "And just like that," Helga finished saying before snapping her finger, vanishing on the spot. "What the fuck are we supposed to do now?" I asked in horror. This was our only option. What were we going to do? There was no way Helena could keep the door closed for much longer. She was quickly using her energy, and even then the door was barely remaining closed. She couldn't stay by the door 24/7. There was just no way. "I will hold it as long as I can," Helena replied. "Let me go inside." Lucy finally spoke. "Are you crazy?" Frederick nearly screamed. "If the door is opened, it'll release more demons," Helena quickly responded next. "Better to release a few of them than all of them. Plus, if I am this prophecy key to the underworld, maybe I can guard the door on the inside," she said. "Then you'll be trapped too," Frederick immediately hollered out. "It's our only option, Fred. I am the one who opened the seal. I am the one who should protect it until it's sealed back. I'm going with you. I can search for Tegan while you hold the door from the inside," I quickly replied. "Then I am going to." Frederick tried, demanding. "No, I need you three on this side. Darian can start hunting demons and sending them back. Fred, you can help him. Helena, do what you can to protect this door until we figure the solution out," I said with finality in my voice. "What about him?" Lucy said, looking over at Drake. "Looks like he'll come to hell with us." "Allow him to see what his future has in store for him," I responded in amusement, while he began to physically shake in fear. "Let's just pray we aren't making a bigger mistake by entering the depths of hell." Tegan's POV. The shadows of the demons continued to lead me further and further into the depths of hell. Everything looked the exact same. There were no markings to indicate where I was going. If I wanted to escape alive, I would need someone like Tristan to lead the way. The walls were stone, with random bones between the cracks of each stone, as if shouting, "Hi, welcome to hell." However, it wasn't as hot as you'd expect it to be. It felt like a normal summer's day, hot but not overbearing. Maybe because I wasn't further down, I'm not sure. Soon we were passing rows of doors numbered with dates. "What are those?" I asked, unsure what the dates meant. "Those are the death dates of each person in hell. The day they die, they have to go into their death room," Tristan responded. "So, everyone who dies on that day goes into one room?" "Yes, however, each person experiences a different experience within each room." "Would you like to see it?" Iblis asked as he came to a stop in front of the room with today's date. "That's today," I pointed out. "Indeed, you'll love it. It allows us to not only see how they died, but also their punishment. Father's favorite thing." "To show off his collection of tortured souls," Tristan said with a roll of his eyes. Iblis then pushed a button which popped up a screen where he could swipe. I love technology in today's society. It makes finding people much easier than before. "Ah, here we go," he said as he clicked a name. "What would you like to see first, the way they died or their punishment?" The excitement in his voice was uneasy. Why would someone be so cheery about how someone died and how they're punished? It was gut-wrenching and sadistic. "I don't need to see either option. Just get on with taking me where you are taking me," I said, not wanting to engage in his sick, twisted desires. "Where would the fun be in that?" he asked as he clicked the button that said punishment. Suddenly, the screen came to life as if showing a movie, except it displayed the last thing I ever expected it to. "Wait, that's Jess. When did she die?" I asked, horrified. "It's the room number, Tegan," Tristan responded in a bored tone. I knew that. It just slipped my mind for a moment. "How did Jess die today?" "Last I knew she was in the kingdom." "I bet you're wondering why she died or even how she died, aren't you?" Iblis asked with a smile across his face. "But wait, her punishment hasn't even gotten to the good part yet," he squealed in excitement. Fuck, he was a lunatic. I watched the screen as it displayed what appeared to be a memory of some sort. Is that Jess? Did she seriously decide to show her face after what she had done? "Nobody wants you here, you whore," a girl screamed before slapping Jess across the face. "You fucked my boyfriend, got pregnant, and then dared to show back up after he told you to fuck off." "Why? I just wanted to talk." "Fuck you, he doesn't want you!" The girl screamed again as she hit Jess across the face once more. Her eyes began to switch back and forth. "What is wrong with your face? No wonder he told you to abort and never show your face again. You're hideous and creepy," the girl screamed. She was a human, she had no idea what was happening. "He was my mate," Jess screamed, as her hand morphed into a paw the moment she struck back. But instead, she slit the human's throat. Blood gushed from her gaping wound as she choked on her own blood. "No, goddess, no, I didn't mean to. No, don't let her die," Jess screamed, but it was too late. The girl was dead. Suddenly, as if everything reset, it started from the beginning. "Is that Jess?" Iblis hit the back button on the screen, interrupting the loop as it took us out of Jess's core memory before he looked back over at me. A continuous loop? Of the one thing she regretted the most. Now she gets to live it over and over. He replied with a smile. Jess was an awful person, she may even have deserved it. But somewhere inside of me, I felt bad for her. "Would you like to see how she died?" he then asked next with more excitement. "Not really, but I am sure you will show me anyway." He then hit the screen, taking me to the moment her life ended. "Tell me what I want to know, or you're next. I have no use for useless fucking mutts." The image of my mate appeared on the screen while screaming at her while she was chained to a chair. I don't know." "If you don't know, then I have no use for you," he said before snapping her neck. Iblis then touched the screen, taking it to the main screen again. What the fuck did I miss? What did Jess do for my mate to kill her? Not that I haven't thought about it myself on multiple occasions, but what happened? Your little stepsister met the same fate just moments before. She is here too if you'd like to see her? He asked, as his finger hovered over her name. No, I don't care, I replied, but deep down, I did. I knew they were pieces of shit, and most likely deserved their fate. I just wished I knew why. Something had to have happened for Ezra to kill them both. A knot formed in the pit of my stomach at the mere thought. I needed to get out of here. It was like chaos was erupting in my absence. Fine, let's get on with it. I have matters to attend to anyway, Iblis said before moving forward. The shadow that was wrapped around my body urged me to also move. We walked for a bit before he stopped at a door with no number. Ah, come on. I don't want to fucking do this again, Tristan hollered out as Iblis opened the door. Do what? What are we doing? I asked as fear settled in my stomach. Just living your own personal hell. Look at it as an easy punishment for knocking me out and running, Iblis answered before shoving both Tristan and me inside. Once the door closed behind him, Tristan huffed out in anger. What is this place? I asked, looking around at the padded black walls. It's what he said, our own personal hell. Except I have never been here with someone else, so I'm not sure what to expect, he replied while sitting on the padded ground. We just sit in this padded room? Yeah, except the loops haven't started. Just wait. You'll be begging to be released. I haven't done anything I regret, I said confidently. I have, but that's beside the point. It's not only something that we may regret. There is also fear. Fear is a major torture mechanism down here. Whatever we fear the most can also be displayed in a loop. His words hit a little close to home. I knew that it was coming whether I wanted it to or not. The question was, what did I fear the most? Then there is also the question of whether I was prepared to face my fears. But in the same breath, was I ready to share them with a stranger who wanted me dead not long ago? Tegan's POV. We sat there for a while in silence before the room randomly started to spin. What's going on? I quickly asked. Well, that took longer than I expected. I wonder who is up first. Tristan spoke as the spinning began to make me nauseous. Why the spinning? Just to mess with your brain before it dives into your memories. My father loves a good mindfuck before he intrudes. He is an asshole like that. How many times has he done this to you? Anytime I do anything he disagrees with. If you haven't already figured that out, I'm a major disappointment. Is it always the same memory? I asked, avoiding the pity me vibe. Nah, this room does whatever it wants. It's not like the other rooms. It pulls out any memory at all that you may regret or fear. It could be the same looped memory or just a cruel walk down memory lane. He answered, as the room changed from black padding to an open field. He let out a sigh as he stood up. Welp, it looks like I'm up first. Fair warning, it's not pretty. We were walking in a meadow that was more beautiful than I had ever seen before. There were willow trees along the pathway dancing in the wind with bright colorful flowers blooming in the wild, untouched by human hands. It's beautiful. What could possibly be so bad about this place? I asked while in awe. We clearly weren't in Colorado, but not Texas either. It was somewhere where the weather wasn't overly cold or overly hot. Somewhere nice. It hasn't started, just wait, he said as we moved further into the wooded area. After a few minutes, 2 bodies came into view. I wouldn't watch if I were you. It's a bit uncensored here, he said, but I couldn't take my eyes away. They ravished each other's faces like it was the last time they'd ever see one another. Please don't leave. A girl with curly blonde hair begged in between breaths. He then pushed her roughly against the tree. We have this last day, why make it sad? Tristan's voice echoed in the wind. He hiked her dress up as he lifted her body into the air, her back now firm against the tree, while her legs were wrapped tightly around his body. Oh God, she screamed as he, I assumed, slid inside of her. Okay, definitely not something I wanted to watch. Kind of weird watching my brother fuck a girl. My eyes drifted down to look at the ground as their moans echoed into the air. Oh my God, Tristan, I don't ever want this to end, make love to me forever. Her voice begged loudly. My heart ached at the sounds of her begging. This wasn't supposed to be a nice memory. Which means something happens. Was this something he regretted, or was it something he feared? Their moans started to neutralize and sink as they bounced in the empty forest. Please don't leave me, stay with me, I love you. I heard her voice say with a crack. The silence was deadly, not a word was said. I took that as a sign to look up. However, I decided to look over at Tristan in the now, not the one in the memory. He stared blankly at the two engrossed in each other. His eyes had tears that were threatening to fall. Whatever he didn't want to relive was about to happen. I could tell by the way he looked. So I decided to tear my eyes away from his face and look back at the couple. Tell me you love me too, tell me it isn't just me, she begged as he pulled his face away from her neck where he was breathing heavily. I can't, because then I would be lying, he said as the hand that once was hoisting her body up snaked around her neck. I looked over at him once again, but he shut his eyes. not wanting to see what happened next. So I decided to look back to see what happened. You were just a quest for me. I had to get a human to fall for me, really fall for me, he began to explain. Oh goddess, the poor girl was only human? She tried saying, but with his tight grip around her neck she couldn't speak. Let me finish. As I was saying, I needed a human to fall for me, to really love me. It was the only way. I'm sorry, you're a nice girl, but... Shut up and GT on with IT, I don't have all day. A husky, deep voice screamed, interrupting him as the body surfaced from behind the dark tree line. My heart picked up a pace as Iblis came into view. She doesn't need the whys or the explanations. Just finish the task and give me what I need, Iblis's angry voice demanded. Tristan's eyes cut from Iblis back to the beautiful girl against the tree. I'm sorry, he mouthed as his other hand morphed into a claw before he pushed it deep into her chest cavity. Her screams echoed in the forest before he quickly removed his hand. Within his grasp, held tightly, was her heart. Her head fell to the side as her life came to a murderous end. He pulled away from her before laying her body gently on the ground, making me realize he did this all while still buried deep inside of her womb. As he turned to Iblis, the look of pain lingered in his eyes for just a moment before he dropped her heart into his hand. Chin up, boy, she was a mere human, a means to an end. You didn't actually love the girl, I mean look what you did, Iblis said, making my heart hurt in so many ways. Suddenly the room began to spin as the black pads returned. Go on, say it, I know you want to, his cracked voice said. Why did you do it? I asked instead. I looked over to see the broken form of Tristan, leaning against the wall, tears brimming his eyes. Because Iblis needed a human heart for his ritual. But not just any human heart. He needed the human heart of someone who loved the person taking it. Why didn't he just do it then? Why did he make you do it? It was something he said I needed to do, to truly accept who I am. You're not just a demon, Tristan. You're part human, with a soul that actually cares. That actually can love, clearly, or this wouldn't be on the list of shit I regret, he said as he slammed his head backward into the padded wall. You really loved her, didn't you? Love is a weakness, he spat out angrily. But it's not all weaknesses. Oh no? Then why does it fucking hurt? Because it was real, I said as I placed my hand on his arm for comfort. So real that I killed her. She didn't deserve that, he said as he pulled away so I could no longer touch him. I felt bad because no, she didn't deserve it. Or I mean from what I saw she didn't. I didn't actually know her, but she seemed so full of life and love, but watching him in pain was hard too. It's okay, Tristan. No, it's not. Don't try to make this not a big deal because it is. I am a cold-blooded murderer, Tegan. I was about to reply when the room began to spin once again, letting us know it wasn't done with us. It was my turn. I wondered what it would show. Would I also feel as much pain as he feels now after it was done with me? Tegan's POV. I wasn't one to normally engage in such idiotic games like the one Iblis was playing with us. But I was worried about what it might reveal. I hadn't done much in my lifetime that I regret. But so much fear has been throughout my existence. Parts of my past I'd much rather forget than relive. Let alone relive the dreadful past with Tristan watching. He already thought that I was not worthy of living. Imagine what he will think when he sees how pathetic my life used to be. Don't get too excited, I haven't done anything drastically pleasing to watch, I said as the padded room morphed into my old pack. Great, my past does want to haunt me. Way to stick it to the man. Show him exactly how lovely my life has been. Can't be worse than mine. He spat out as it displayed me on the ground scrubbing the floor like a slave. A moment went by as some girls from my pack entered the dining hall where I was cleaning. Ew, just look at her, pathetic, one said. Exactly where she needs to be. On her hands and knees. The other replied while they both laughed as they walked past me. I looked up, a small smile appeared on my face before they erupted into more fits of laughter and continued walking past me. "Why would you let them talk down on you like that?" Tristan asked. "I couldn't hear them," I simply replied. But there was more to it than just not hearing. Not that he knew that fun fact about my past. But also back then, I had no backbone. My eyes went back to the ground when the doors suddenly burst open. Walking in a very angry Drake, my father. "You ungrateful cunt!" he roared as he yanked my hair, grabbing my full attention. You could visibly see my body shaking in fear. Goddess, how I wished I could go back and tell her that she was stronger than that she was a damn queen. But instead, I just got to watch my memory unfold as he pulled me across the room by the hair on my head. "Father, stop, she didn't do it," Frederick pleaded. "Mind your damn business, boy," he screamed back. I had no idea Frederick was even there. How had I not known? "You want to act like a little slut, staring at men while they train. I'll show you just how a slut is treated in this pack," he then roared. "He didn't," Tristan began to ask as I cut him off. "No, he didn't do what you think. He needed me untouched. He just wanted to show me a lesson," I responded as a tear ran down my face. He pulled me out of the house and over to the dungeon. Somewhere I had become very familiar with while living there. "You want him to touch you, don't you?" my father asked as a man appeared in the doorway of the cell. "Go on, show her what sluts want," Drake demanded. At that time, I honestly thought he was going to make the man rape me. He walked toward me as his hand came out, gently touching my cheek. "It won't hurt, I promise," he whispered in my ear. Even though the idiot knew, I couldn't hear him. I always wondered what he had said. Now I know. He grabbed my shirt before ripping it right from my chest. I had never been exposed in front of a man before. This was something I never asked for, something I never wanted. "Sluts are only good for one thing," my father said, as the man's hand moved from my face down the side of my body, caressing a part of me I never wanted him to touch. "What the fuck is this, Tegan?" Tristan's horrified voice asked. But I simply didn't reply, only watched my memory unfold. "Daddy, please, I promise to never watch them train again, please," my broken voice begged. "You can't even fucking speak right, yet you beg for me to make it stop? Didn't you want this?" he then asked as tears streamed down my face. I was chained to the wall so I couldn't defend myself even if I wanted to. I just wanted to learn to fight. I wasn't watching for the men, I swear, I pleaded. "Oh, you wanted to fight? That makes this even better," he said as he approached me. "Get out, you are no longer needed," he demanded in his alpha tone to the man, who obeyed without question. I was still chained to the wall and half nude. My breasts were covered by my bra, and my bottom half was still clothed, but I still sat there vulnerable nonetheless. My father approached me with an evil smirk. This was the first time I'd ever been truly terrified of what he might do. He had always slapped me around or pulled my bones out of the socket. But this was the first time he truly hurt me. Maybe even the only time it was this bad. A memory I pushed so far down that I almost convinced myself was only a dream. Bad girls get punished. Do you want to know what it's like to fight? To be hit? I'll show you. His sadistic voice echoed in the dirty dungeon. He exited the cell before returning with a cart full of items. Real fear passed through my body before he settled for the whip. It was something he liked to call flogging. It was a simple and direct form of torture. The whip had tiny slits on the end of each leather string to cause more pain. He smacked it down once on my exposed skin, making me scream out in pain. The whip punctured my skin as it ripped into my flesh, instantly causing blood to spill out. "Please, I won't do it again," I begged as he ripped it from my flesh, causing me to scream again in agony. "Good girls don't get punished," he roared out before hitting me a few more times. By this time my body was numb from the pain. My eyes had shed so many tears that I felt empty inside. He knew he had made his point. He yanked my face upward to force me to look into his eyes. "You will sit down here, just like this, until I allow you out." He then spat out before roughly pushing my face back down. He walked out, leaving me exposed with my body covered in open wounds. The room began to spin as the black pads began to come into view once again. What the memory doesn't show is how I stood there chained to the wall for 2 days. I only had sips of water from a sponge twice a day. No cups were allowed. All were given by Helena on his command. No men were allowed near my cell, the only part I was thankful for. I was beyond dehydrated and starved. He didn't feed me once in those 2 days I was down there. He would come down with food, but only to eat it in front of me before leaving me there to think about my actions. My body hurt all over from being chained against the wall, unable to move and unable to sit. I was tortured by my father, my deepest fear, my first fear. A fear I never told a soul, yet now I had no choice but to share with Tristan. "That was your father," he finally said, breaking our silence. "Another father of the year," I said as I let out a sigh. I wasn't sure if I could handle anything else being brought to light. All I could hope was for this to be over soon, and for him to get out of my head. Ezra's POV. It took a lot of persuasion to get everyone on board. But at that point, we didn't have time to try and locate another door. The last thing we wanted was to possibly create another gateway that could be opened at any given time. Our only option at this point was to enter the one we were guarding. "How does one kill something that is already dead?" Darian asked, confused about how to send a demon back to hell. I had no idea myself, so I looked over at Helena for the answer, just as everyone else was doing. "Maybe it's best if we tackle the hunting after we get this gateway sealed," Helena replied to all of our stares. "I agree. The last thing we need is to completely separate. Plus, it's likely that more demons will get out before we get the gates sealed," Frederick said, agreeing with Helena. "Plus, it looks like we don't exactly know how to send them back to hell, or how to even locate them. So how about we stick to tackling one task at a time?" Darian asked next. "They all have a point, Lucy then said, looking at me. "I just felt like if we weren't already trying to locate and send them back, then we were already failing Tegan. But I also understood where they stood in not wanting to separate at this time." "Okay. Then the new plan is to rescue Tegan and figure out how to close the gate. Once that is done, we will figure out how to send the demons back to hell, and then we will start hunting," I said, agreeing to their terms. "I still don't feel confident about opening this door to allow more out," Helena admitted. "We are out of options. We don't have the time to locate another gate, and you're losing energy by the minute. Let Lucy try to help from the inside," I said as I placed my hand on her shoulder reassuringly. "They have a point. It's better to allow a few out now while they go inside, than to allow all of them out because of your energy depleting." "It's the best option we've got," Frederick said, agreeing to what we wanted to do. "How will I know when to let y'all back out?" Helena asked, worried. "How about we make up a special knock?" I suggested, feeling a tad dumb about the suggestion. "A special knock, seriously?" Darian retorted while rolling his eyes. "I don't see anybody else giving suggestions," I countered defensively. "Fine, what will the knock be?" Helena then asked before speaking again. "Make sure to knock anywhere other than on the door so the other side doesn't hear it." Right, duh, I should have been thinking about that. But my mind seems to be trapped thinking of only one thing. "How about 5 taps for each letter of Tegan's name?" I asked. "How will I differentiate them from any other taps?" "What about tapping fast? Like 1 to 2, then again for 3 to 4, then followed by the 5th, Lucy suggested next. "We can do it 3 times, that way, it's a consistent pattern, and you'll know for sure that it's us," I then said. "That sounds like a better idea. Now that we have a signal set." "Are y'all ready?" she then asked, looking between Lucy and me. "As ready as one can be under the circumstances," Lucy replied before looking over at me. "Are you ready?" she then asked. I had absolutely no idea where to go once I was there, nor did I know what I was going to do. But one thing I knew for sure was that I was ready to rescue my mate from that place. "Let's get it," I replied while looking over at the door that would once again open the gates of hell to yet again allow demons to enter the earth. "Good luck," Helena said as she began to say the reversal spell in Latin, while waving her hands around the door. A bright light illuminated as the door busted open. Multiple shadows began to pour out from behind. "Hurry, get in, I have to close it," Helena screamed as Lucy and I ran as fast as we could through the shadows to get inside. Once we were both inside, the door slammed shut behind us. "Well, this is not what I imagined hell to look like," Lucy said while looking around at all the stone walls. There was a long pathway that had an edge. I looked over to see what was below, but it was just a never-ending darkness. "Well, that's just creepy," I said as I moved away from the edge quickly. "The mystery of what's below the darkness," Lucy replied as she also moved away from the edge. "So, what do we do now?" I asked, looking around in the dark. "You follow the path to find Tegan, and I remain here to try and help keep the stress off the door off of Helena's magic," Lucy replied as she looked back at the shadows banging against the door. "It's like they don't even care that we are here," I said. "They just want out. I mean, I would too if I spent an eternity being tortured in goddess knows what kind of ways," I replied with a shrug. "But they deserve to be here. That is why they were sent here to begin with," Lucy quickly said. "I'm just glad she wasn't pro-demon here. She did say they were screaming for help and she felt an urge to help them. I just pray that she doesn't give in to the screams of begging for freedom, and she sticks to the idea that they deserve damnation. Get going, the sooner you get Tegan, the sooner we can get out of here," she then said, looking back over to me. I shook my head, agreeing as I made my way down the pathway. I looked back at Lucy one more time. Her eyes were flaming red as the shadows slowly backed away from the door. Damn, that was easier than I expected. I wonder what power she was using against them. I'll have to ask later. For now, I need to push that thought aside while I focus on finding my mate. I quickly fell into step as I made my way down the winding pathway. Soon, the walls turned into doors that displayed random dates. Weird. I wonder what they are. I felt like I had been walking for an eternity. Do I scream out her name? Or do I just walk endlessly until I happen to stumble across her? What should I do? "Someone looks lost," a wicked voice that sounded vaguely familiar said. I quickly looked around but nobody was in sight. There was nowhere to hide, so where was this person? "Hello, is someone there?" I asked while turning in circles looking for a face. Actually, I was just looking for something at that point. You never know who or rather what could be down here. It is hell after all. Looking for something, or rather, someone? His voice then asked, but it was coming from all different directions, not allowing me to pinpoint an exact location. "Who is there?" I asked in a demanding voice as I stood still waiting for someone to emerge from the darkness, but they never did. "Your worst nightmare," I suddenly heard the voice scream before a burst of air hit me so hard that it pushed me into the wall, knocking the breath out of me. My surroundings started to become blurry as the figure of a man approached me, his face looking smug. The next thing I knew, his foot was coming down on my face, instantly turning everything around me into darkness. Tegan's POV. The room displayed more things than I ever expected to have feared. Only a few memories of regret, which surprised me. I regretted more than I led myself to believe. But it wasn't my past that was haunting me. I could barely even look at my half-brother without wanting to cringe. How did he function? I didn't have a childhood, so I'm not one to judge, but he had even less of a childhood than me. His actions were malicious and vile, but his actions were all taught from a young age, so saying he knew better would be an incorrect term because it was all he knew. How he still had his humanity was beyond me. The room abruptly yanked us out of his mind while an echo of a thud could be heard. Once the spinning stopped and the room was once again padded blackness, the realization sunk in. "Oh goddess, Ezra!" I screamed as I rushed to his unconscious body lying on the cold ground. What had they done? What was he doing here? I quickly checked for a pulse. The steady beating of his heart gave me a sense of relief that he was still alive and only unconscious. A man without any real power other than being an alpha comes into the underworld unprotected and alone? He must really love you, or he has an eagerness for death like you do, Tristan said sarcastically. What have they done? I asked, more so to myself, but Tristan felt the need to respond anyhow. Clearly, they showed him mercy by knocking him out instead of killing him. My eyes went right back to looking at Tristan as I processed his words. I was trying to think of a nice way to respond to his unnecessary commentary. You know, just because you had a shitty upbringing doesn't mean you have to be an ass forever, I spat out, completely ignoring even myself while telling myself to play nice and bite my tongue. I'm not the only one with a shitty upbringing. Mommy left you too, he huffed out with a laugh. We are both two tortured souls who happen to be related. We are from different worlds, yet not so different at all. I'm nothing like you, oh no? So cutting your daddy's tongue out didn't send a thrill of excitement rushing through your veins? I saw the pleasure in your flaming eyes. It's on my regret list, Tristan, I spat out. Maybe, but it doesn't mean you regret doing it. Maybe you regret the way you felt when you did it. Or maybe you regret the power that you felt after you did it. The action itself, however, I doubt you regret at all. Shut up, I hissed out, not wanting to hear more. For someone who clearly didn't want their mate, you sure act like you love him, he then replied, pushing every button he possibly could. There is no act. I do love him. You may have seen glimpses of my past where I pushed him away, but that doesn't mean you fucking know me or how I feel. I didn't understand why he was using what he saw in my past against me. It's not like I have said a single thing to make him feel guilty about what he has done. What is your problem anyway? You see inside my mind and try to use it against me. For what? What do you get out of it? I then asked. Purely just satisfaction. What, the satisfaction that you are not alone? Do you get off on the idea that you aren't the only one who has a fucked up past? At least I don't let my feelings cloud my judgment. Is that what this is about? How'd it feel when you trusted another man over your fated mate and almost lost both you and your son's life? What the hell is your problem, Tristan? I have no problem. But clearly you do, he replied with a laugh. That's a lie. You have plenty of issues. I've seen some of your past too. Yet, I haven't used a single memory against you, so why are you doing it to me all of a sudden? Just having some fun. Trying to pass some unnecessary time while the room awaits for your lover to wake up, so it can torture us some more with his darkening past. You're afraid more people will see your dark side, aren't you? Nope, not at all. I could care less. Whatever. Lie to someone who hasn't seen you actively cry. But stop trying to make yourself feel better by trying to make me feel some type of way about my past. I've had a bad life, but you have to. I regret some shit, but so do you. I'd rather get the fuck out of here before you or your mate know everything about me. But yet, here I am stuck, so I might as well talk about it. You aren't talking about anything. You're trying to make me feel like shit so you won't think about whatever it is in your past that scares you more than what I've already been shown. But guess what? It's not going to work. I have nothing to hide, he spat out angrily. You've taken poor girls' lives for rituals for him, and tortured countless souls to make him happy. Hell, you've even loved and lost. You were beaten and hurt by the one person that you wanted acceptance and love from. Clearly, you're damaged goods just like me. So what could possibly trump everything else I have seen so far? I finally asked, using his past against him as he kept trying to do to me. Nothing. How about, instead of us using memories to hurt each other's feelings, we put our brains together to try and get the fuck out of here? Why didn't you just say that from the beginning instead of whatever your goal was here? I had no goal, I just wanted to pass the time. What better way than to make you crumble with your past while I await for more of mine to show? But, after talking a bit, it made me realize that I've never tried to escape from here with another powerful being before. That's the weak mind in you. Trying to bring others down to make yourself feel better. It's sad, truthfully. But I'm done walking down memory lane with you as well. So tell me, how am I supposed to help? I'm not sure how much assistance I will be, since I am powerless down here. But I want out of this damn room too, so what is your plan? What do you mean by that you're powerless down here? My gifts haven't worked since entering that damn house. I was trying to find a long-lost brother, but instead, I lost my gifts. I should never have searched for you, you should have remained lost. None of this was worth it. My words made him fletch momentarily before he spoke again. It's a mind block. He can't actually take your gifts away, at least not by simply entering a house. He must have put a block on your mind, convincing you that you are powerless. I can feel my body, and the gifts aren't there. Your mind is a powerful tool, Tegan. If there is one thing that you take from this experience, it should be that you need to get better at shielding your mind from those who love to play mind games. Let's fix that, so we can get the fuck out of here. Was he right? Was it all in my head? Could I have been using my powers all along and my mind simply convinced me that I couldn't? Ezra's POV. I suddenly awoke to screaming. What the hell was going on? The last thing I remember was being forced against the wall and kicked. How the hell did I allow such an attack? I was the fucking king. But we aren't nearly as powerful as Iblis. He has powers we will never even come close to. My wolf tried reasoning, but that didn't help. It's still embarrassing as a king to be taken out that fast without even a fight. How do I expect to save my mate if I can't even save myself? All my training over the years has been rendered useless if I get knocked out with a single blow. You need to try harder. We have to get out of here, a male voice screamed out. I fluttered open my eyes to look around. The room was blurry momentarily before it slowly cleared. Where was I? I can't. I'm powerless, the familiar voice of my mate screamed. My eyes shot over to see her beautiful red hair sway as she pushed her hands at the door. It's all in your head, Tegan. If you don't get past his hold, what makes you think you can beat him? The guy standing next to her asked angrily. Tristan, I'm telling you. It's useless. No, you're in denial. This room has a way of making you feel weak. You need to remind your inner self that you are not that weak, pathetic girl they are showing. You are a damn tribal wolf, for crying out loud. Who are you to call anyone weak or pathetic? I hollered as I stumbled from the ground to my feet. Oh great, he is awake. Which means we have even less time to get the damn door open, he said as he completely ignored me. Ezra! Tegan then screamed out as her body crashed against mine. A dull ache could be felt. I must have broken something with the blow to the chest. I ignored the pain as I embraced my mate. I was so worried. What happened? She asked as she pulled away. Iblis probably kicked his ass, the man responded with a laugh. Don't listen to him, he is an asshole, Tegan said while her eyes shot daggers at him. So you must be the oldest brother, I finally said, looking at the man who was responsible for taking my mate hostage. I wouldn't go as far as calling myself her brother. But I guess we share some blood lineage, he responded, looking at me before he cut his eyes to look back over at Tegan. We need to get out of here before Iblis gets his hands on the keys. Lucy won't go down without a fight, I replied defensively. Lucy? It's Lucy? Tegan asked, her eyes full of concern. Am I missing something? Who is Lucy? Tristan then asked. My best friend, another tribal wolf and apparently your half-sister. Tegan responded, confusing me. Wait, what? I quickly asked. We just found out that the key was Iblis's daughter. I had no clue who it was. Which makes her Tristan's half-sister. That's weird. How? People fuck, women get knocked up. It's the basic nature of reproduction, Tristan replied sarcastically. No, what's weird is the fact that your half-siblings are mates, I said with a laugh. The moon goddess has a funny way of bringing people together, I then said, making Tegan laugh. But Tristan was left utterly confused. What does that even mean? That means your half-brother Frederick and your half-sister Lucy are fated mates, Tegan responded to his question. That's disgusting. Well, they aren't related, they simply just share a sibling. I responded with a shrug. Still, that's fucking weird, he said before looking back over at Tegan. We need to stop wasting time, it's now or never. Are you willing to allow Iblis to get his hands on your best friend? I've already told you I can't. What else do you want from me? I have been at it for a while with no success. I am powerless here, get it through your head. Tell your stubborn-ass mate that she has a magical mind block. Make her feel special or whatever the hell mates do, and help her realize she is not powerless, it's all in her head. If she says she is powerless, then she is powerless. Good fucking goddess. Are you that weak that you agree with everything and act like anything she says is accurate? You are both delusional. Why the hell did either of you ever think you could overpower Iblis when you can't even overpower his simple little mind trick? The mind is a powerful tool, Tristan. Nothing about this is simple, Tegan replied, angrily. But his words kept replaying in my head. When did I become so weak-minded? I know she is powerful, but when did I switch from this powerful feared alpha to one who submits so quickly to the idea that what my mate says is always right? Of course we are all wrong sometimes, he has a point. If it's just a mind block, then I know you can overcome it, T. I then said, making them both look surprised. No, I can't. Yes, you can. You need to try, if not for yourself or Lucy, then do it for the world. Demons are getting out left and right, leaving our little boy a target. You need to overcome whatever you are feeling right now so we can get out of here to save the world from damnation. I already failed, don't you see that? Is that what this is? A pity party? No, sure sounds that way to me. Get over it, Tegan. We have no time to sit and wallow in the what-ifs. The door was opening regardless. We knew that. Now we have to close the damn thing, and the only way we are doing that is if you get it together, I said in a more aggressive tone. Finally, some fucking backbone, Tristan said with an eye roll. I don't know how, Tegan screamed in anger. Yes, you do. You've been training for this. Close your eyes and get him out of your head. It's just like before when y'all shared a mind. You can do it, Tegan, I said as I placed a hand on her arm reassuringly. Suddenly, the room began to rapidly turn. What's happening? Tegan, are you doing this? I asked quickly. Bloody hell! Tristan yelled out. What's going on? I asked. Another little mindfuck, Tristan replied as the room morphed into the kingdom. Wait, that's my pack. What the hell is happening? I asked, looking around. Don't worry, it'll only hurt a little, Tristan responded. An all-out war was actively happening. Bodies were flying left and right. Crimson blood smeared the ground. This looks familiar, I said breathlessly, as the memories began to slowly come forward from the worst day of my life. It should. It's your memory, Tristan responded. It was then that I realized what was about to happen. I looked to the right where I knew what was coming. Run, Ezra, get out. The voice I never thought I'd hear again screamed. I'm not leaving you, Dad. Another image of me screamed to him as a dagger came from nowhere, landing directly in his chest cavity. Blood began to pour from his mouth as his body hit the ground. I screamed in horror as I collapsed, tears streaming down my face. Weak pup, couldn't even save your precious daddy. The vicious voice of my enemy echoed all around. No. I should have stopped it. I could have fought. I could have saved him. I should have saved him. I screamed out as I ran forward, passing the memory of myself on the ground as I tried to hit the murderer of my father. Only the figments of my imagination were translucent, and my arms went through him. Watch as I rip his heart from his chest and eat it. The man screamed at the memory of me who was still on his knees heartbroken, which made real tears fall down my face as I watched on, knowing what was coming next. "I'll get us out of here. Don't watch," Tegan screamed as she pulled me to her, and pushed her hands so hard against the air that the hologram broke free, and the memory rapidly changed back to the black pads. "Fucking finally, now let's get us out of here," Tristan said as he grabbed her hand. Tegan's POV. It was like something possessive came over me. Reliving my traumatic past was one thing, but making Ezra suffer through one of the hardest things he had ever been through was another. I know he is strong and brave and probably could even handle it, but why if there was something I could do? I felt so powerless up until I saw the pain in his eyes. Then it was as if something inside of me shifted and I could think again. I knew Iblis and his mind games, so why did I allow him to break into mine so quickly, and then completely convince myself that I was useless? Because then it would require you to admit to the fact that the gates of hell have been opened, and we couldn't stop it. Gemma said in my head, making me realize that since entering this place, she was silent, which meant she was also blocked out, and I didn't even realize it. You're right. I was momentarily terrified of what was coming next and didn't want to face the reality of what was happening. I am, after all, human with real fears. I replied, but not sassily. She was right. I was scared, and didn't want to face the fact that the gates of hell were opened. Not only that, but now that I know Lucy is the key, it opened up a brand new set of problems. How the hell was I going to get the gates closed when she couldn't touch them? She is needed for the ritual to close the gates of hell. She was one of 2 tribal wolves that were needed, aside from the 2 powerful sister witches. Now I know she couldn't help, because if she touched the door, it would unravel the spell cast to close it. This left us with an even bigger problem than getting Helga to assist, which we hadn't even managed either. Needless to say, we were losing an uphill battle. Earth to Tegan. Hello? You need to focus on what we are doing, so that we are able to work together, to break the spell, keeping us contained in this room. Tristan's voice spoke out, interrupting my never-ending train of thought. I looked over at Ezra. He stood there motionless, as if in a state of shock. He wasn't prepared for what just happened. Nobody could have been. Especially if we failed to tell him about the room's motives before it happened. He was only 16 at the time of losing his father. Then, after that horrific day, he was forced to take over as the Alpha King. The elders gave him no time to deal with what occurred that day. He had to shove what he went through to the side as if it never happened, and push on for the kingdom. Truth be told, I'm not even sure he ever dealt with the pain of losing his father. He never spoke to me about what happened that day. I only knew his father died in a battle, and that was all. If I had known he went through something so traumatic and hard, I wouldn't have been such a bitch in the beginning. Or maybe I would have understood why he started out as a distant, cold-hearted asshole. I couldn't let him take his stroll down his memory lane, not if the first memory was that bad. I couldn't imagine what the rest of his past was like before me. Especially being taught by that crooked elder, Jackson. No telling what Jackson, Michael, and the rest of those elders put him through growing up. I am just glad he didn't turn out to be just like them. There is nothing to pull from in here, I said while taking my eyes away from Ezra to address Tristan. What are you talking about? He asked, his face showing major confusion. All I can pull from is you and Ezra's energy. There is no wind, no trees, no nothing, I said, defeated. You don't need those things to draw power. Yes, I do. I've only been able to use magic if I draw it from the Earth's life force itself. No, you just do what your mind asks. You don't need a life force to draw power from. You are the power source, he said confidently. I've never drawn power from myself. That sounds ridiculous. Who has been teaching you about your tribal wolf magic? He asked with a look of concern plastered on his face. Me? Who else? Fuck. We really are screwed. There is no stopping Iblis if you don't even know your own strength and power. I'm sorry I didn't have a life coach to assist me. I just found out about myself recently. I feel like I have done significantly well, thank you very much, I responded defensively. I'm not saying you aren't doing good for someone self-taught. But think about it. Iblis has been harboring tribal wolves for centuries, studying them, learning their brains and how they operate. If you don't even know how to control your own powers without the help of the earth, not only are we fucked, but so is your precious world that you are hell-bent on saving. I felt a little targeted and misunderstood, but overall angry. I didn't have someone well experienced showing me the ropes. I have myself and only myself. This means I did not have a powerful demon, or a damn collection of tribal wolves at my disposal to use when I was stuck and needed help. You get what you get. Stop sitting here judging my inexperience compared to your own. You are the one who needs my help to escape, limited knowledge not. Remember that. Now shut up and show me what I need to do, I demanded angrily. I hardly knew him, yet he knew how to push every single button that got me overly emotional. That is what you need, he replied with a smile. Why was he smiling? I quickly took my eyes away from him to look around. The pads on some of the walls were falling off while the glass on the door was spiderweb cracked from top to bottom. Now hold my hand and focus that hatred and anger on that damn door, he said as he grabbed my hand roughly once again. What happened? I asked, still looking around at the room. Emotions are strong and powerful sources to use to tap into natural abilities, Tegan. Anger seems to be the strongest. Therefore, if I want you to be useful to me right now, then I have to make those emotions surface for this to work, since you don't know how to pull them forward on your own. I have to force you to feel them so I can use them for our benefit, fucking dickhead. A well-trained, smart, and knowledgeable dickhead, though. Gemma responded to my thoughts with a huff of laughter. She wasn't wrong. If I allowed it, I could learn a lot from him. That was if he was willing to help me, that is. I grasped his hand back harder as I focused on the door this time. That's it. Now focus on the one object you need the powers to work against. Your powers won't spiral out of control and hit anywhere if you keep them on one target, or on multiple targets. Keep yourself focused on the object at hand, in this case, the door. Then pull all of those triggering memories that spark the most emotion to help fuel your powers. I listened while focusing on the door. Suddenly, a burst of some unseen power hit the door so hard it flew right off the hinges, hitting the ground as it shattered to pieces. I did it. No, we did it, Gemma said, referencing Tristan and I. I looked down at our clasped hands. We did it, I said out loud in disbelief. Let's get out of here, Tristan said as he let go and walked out the door. Now that we broke free, it was time to end this before it got too far to be fixed. Tegan's POV. We followed Tristan down the hall for a bit before a familiar door appeared. It was sparking up unanswered questions, like, why did Ezra kill my stepmom and stepsister? I knew I shouldn't ask. I mean, we were about to enter a war zone, leaving this curiosity the tiniest bit of our concern. But it managed to get the best of me. Why did you kill them? I asked, looking over at Ezra. A look of confusion crossed his face, unsure of what I was referring to. They killed my father, Tegan. I know revenge isn't the best option, but it made it easier to move on knowing the man who murdered my father wasn't still out there doing the same things to other families. It slipped my mind that he had the slightest clue as to what I was referring to. Of course, leaving his memory, he would assume I meant that. I know why you killed him. I would have done the same without a second thought. I didn't actually mean that, though. I forgot you don't know what these doors are, I said, coming to a stop in front of the familiar door that held both of them in it. I'm confused, he said, glancing at the door I stood in front of. The date on the door represents the death date of those who died and came to hell. I saw the memory of Jess's death. Why did you kill both my stepmom and stepsister? There had to be a logical answer to this. Ezra had a level-headed mindset. He was the one out of the two of us who had clear thoughts about what actions he should take and do. That's what made him such a good leader. He was always rational, showed mercy when needed, and did what he had to do to keep peace among our kind. Him staring at me without saying a word made me feel uneasy. What had they done that warranted death? I knew they were the purest of evil, and many times I wished death would consume them for all the stuff they'd done to me. But for Ezra to act so irrationally and kill them without any mercy told me it had to be something big. I can answer that. I wasn't even there, and I know why. Tristan's smart comment interrupted us, making Ezra's eyes stare directly at him, raw emotions attached to his glare. Well, someone needs to speak. We don't have all day. What the hell happened? I demanded, while Ezra and Tristan continued to stare one another down, as if the glare of their stare would affect the outcome any differently. They betrayed you, Ezra responded before Tristan could, but his eyes never wavered. They've betrayed me many times. What made this time so different? They sold you to him. His words were seething with rage as he continued to stare at Tristan. They've done that before too, remember? I wasn't trying to blame him for being angry at what they'd done, but he was failing to forget that Tristan wasn't the only one to offer money for me. I remember. No need to remind me how the love of my life was bought, he responded in an irritated tone. So why blame me? Especially if you did the same thing, Tristan asked, humor lingering in his tone. I didn't buy her to kill her, Ezra raged. I could see his wolf surfacing, and I knew if I didn't stop this argument, a fight we didn't need would break out. That's enough, I hollered with some of my aura seeping out. I knew that with them both being alpha males, it wouldn't affect them, but at least they would know that I was serious. I lost my temper. I snapped Allie's neck without thinking twice about it. I was tired of her disrespecting you countless times. Actually, she was lucky to make it this far alive with how many times she disrespected her queen. I let her behavior slide one too many times, and this time, I was done. I wasn't going to give her another warning. I made good on my word. Plus, I didn't need her for the answers I was seeking anyway, he said, as his eyes looked over at me finally. Which was? How to locate you, Tristan responded instead. Alright, enough chit-chat. We need to get to that door, he then said, changing the subject. And do what exactly? What you've set your heart out on. Closing it for good. Tristan, how do you expect us to close it? My plan backfired. Not only do we still not have the second sister witch, but we now don't have the other tribal wolf either. Damn, just omit me, why don't you? Omit him? What was he even talking about? Clearly you overlooked the fact that I am also a tribal wolf. Hell, maybe even the tribal wolf. His words came out bitter, but his face showed a completely different reaction. He looked almost sad that he was precluded from the plan. But truth be told, I didn't think even once about him. Yes, I knew he was a tribal wolf as well. Maybe he was meant to be the alpha of them. But him being a tribal wolf didn't register in my brain that he could potentially be the other one needed, or that he would even help. He was, after all, Iblis's son. And Lucy is his daughter. Gemma responded to my thoughts. That may be true, but she didn't know it. Nor was she raised by him. I responded to her while I thought about his words. But he risked his life to save us, she replied defensively. He is also the reason we needed saving. Don't forget that, just because he had a moment of wanting to be the hero. He is still not our ally, but he can be if we give him the chance. Ugh, she is always one to defend someone, always trying to reason with me that everyone deserves a second chance. I guess that is what makes her the queen, whereas her human counterpart is indecisive and irrational. I guess she had a point though. We needed 2 tribal wolves, and, although we all assumed it was Lucy, that didn't mean it couldn't be Tristan. Just because the moon goddess granted Lucy the same powers she granted me, doesn't mean she was the other tribal wolf needed for the ritual. Maybe the moon goddess gave her them because she had an ulterior motive behind why she would need them. After a minute of thinking both Tristan and Gemma's words over, I finally replied, that still leaves us without the second sister witch. None of us could get Helga to agree. She is a wild card and is clearly Team Iblis. Don't worry about her, I know her weaknesses, she will help us. You sure are confident in yourself? Well yeah, if you got it, you got it, he said with a shrug. What does that even mean? Don't worry about Helga, she will help us. We just need to get to the door before Iblis overpowers your best friend and opens it, allowing them all out. She is your sister, not just my best friend. Try remembering that when the fight begins. That doesn't mean I claim it, he said as he began to walk off. How was I supposed to trust him? He can't even accept any of us as his siblings. Either he was in denial or he really just didn't care about us. And as much as I hated to admit it, I needed his help and he offered it. I just hope it doesn't backfire in my face.